Hello everybody, welcome to the Core and Posture gathering of videos that I put together in one long video. This way you can listen to it, you can play it in your ears and just listen to it. You can watch it without having to change from clicking from video to video. I just thought I would try one big long video and put a bunch of them together. Otherwise, all these videos stand solo on their own on my YouTube channel. And I hope this is helpful for you guys. Good luck, learn, listen, because what I teach in these videos are essential for posture, fall prevention, stroke recovery, recovering from injuries. Your body needs to have a strong core for the brain to communicate to the spinal cord, because you're in a strong core, helps you be in better posture. When you're in better posture, your joints line up. Therefore, your knees, your hips, your feet, your ankles, and your shoulders, joints all work better. Good luck. Take your time, learn, listen, be kind to yourself, and enjoy the videos. Hello, everybody. This is Tracy Markley from Tracy's Personal Training and Pilates Yoga Studio again. I wanted to make a video to answer some questions that I have been asked personally and that I've seen through some of the social media places everyone asks questions to. So you're going to learn more about this muscle today. This is the multifidus muscle, but I'm going to step back for this. Okay, so some of the questions that I've been asked was, again, the foot drop, the leg turn out, not being able to stand up well from wheelchairs, and I've seen that going on in some of the groups we have on Facebook as well. And I've seen a few things being talked about, leg being longer than the other. One leg being longer than the other. So I'm going to get into some of that. Okay, so let's just go right into the muscles, because knowledge is power. The more you know, the more you can help yourself. If you're a caregiver, the more you can understand what your loved one or whoever you're helping going through stroke recovery is going through. Plus, it can help you too. What I'm teaching here today is how I also approach seniors or anybody having fall issues. It's fall prevention. It's learning to walk. It's learning to stand. It's proper structure. I have a video like this I made a couple years ago. This is going to be a little different. I have a better camera or a better video equipment than I did 2 years ago, and I have more anatomy that's better. So this is going to be an anatomy course and showing you some movement to help you understand and why to do things. Remember, I just said it, knowledge is power. It can help you find a better person to work with. It will help you understand therapy. It may help you get to a better therapist. It may help you find a fitness trainer or a Pilates instructor or somebody who has in-depth knowledge to help you. You have to understand movement, fascia, and where the muscles attach to help bodies come back together. So if you're hearing a beeping, just ignore it. I think somebody's backing up outside. You may not hear it, but I do. Okay. The multifidus muscle. See that muscle in the spine? Deep in the spine. Your brain sends a message to the muscles that are your balancing system, your stabilizing system, to stabilize the body first before the limbs move in movement, for safety and balance and coordination, proprioception, all that. Okay. Your brain sends a message to the multifidus. The multifidus is even though you have all these other muscles, it's known as the main stabilizer of the spine. Okay? So your brain sends a message to the multifidus, stabilize. So this muscle starts stabilizing and the other ones follow through with it too. That's how it goes. Things work in steps. So the main stabilizer spine, it tells the brain, stabilize, which means stabilize, you're going to move. If you don't have the center of the body and the stabilizing system build, you're not going to get your balance and coordination back. Because it's brain. The brain and where you're damaged and things play a role in it as well. That is true. But if you're trying to make the wrong muscles make you balance, you're not going to gain the natural way to really balance and function. So look at babies when they learn to walk. They're not standing on one leg, they're not doing Tai Chi, they're not doing yoga poses. They literally stand up and hold on to things until they can stabilize their body. That's how you do it. You have to train your body back to the natural way it knows to do. Because if you're standing, you're doing a lot of balance work just by standing on one leg using this quad muscle. That quad muscle doesn't stabilize you. This is your stabilizer. Yes, these need to get stronger too, but if the natural flow of function is brain, stabilize limbs, doing brain and trying to learn to stabilize by standing on one leg, you're skipping a part, you're skipping a step, and we can't skip steps and things. Okay, so let's go a little further with this. The multifidus muscle, your transverse muscle, that muscle right there, that muscle attaches at your sternum, your pubic bone, and wraps around your whole waist, girdle, just like women used to wear corsets, or they still do, or girdles. That is the deepest ab muscle. And then you have the obliques, and then you have the ones that run up and down, the rectus muscles, and that is the little six-pack muscles you see in people. So, your multifidus, your transverse muscle, and the pelvic floor muscles are all on the same neuromuscular loop. And in a lot of studies, it also includes the diaphragm. So we'll say all four muscles right now. They're all in the same neuromuscular loop. And this means if this muscle is weak, this muscle cannot be to the strength it needs to do to perform its full potential on the body. Okay? So that's why, yes, remember, everything I say here doesn't fall into everybody's situation, because you may have your brain injury, your stroke, or your ears, or something where you're over dizzy and it has nothing to do with muscular. This is people that the muscles are part of it. If you know what I mean by that. Okay. So, and when seniors, when they start tripping and falling, they need to get their core up. So your core is, from here, your glutes, your hips, all the way up through here. And some even include the, up a little higher, because the lat muscle is a big back muscle that comes down through here, attaches on your hip bone, and attaches here. So you have this big back muscle that attaches at that pelvic bone that helps pull the arm back down. It helps pull you up off things. So getting your core strong doesn't just mean this. You have all these other muscles too. But your core, the center of your body, has to be strong to stabilize your hips, to line up your shoulders. If your poor posture is here, you have no core, this won't move as well, this won't move as well. You need to get that core strong, straighten up that body nice and strong so this can move and these can move. It's like a tree. If the tree trunk is weak, it's an apple tree, it grows a bunch of apples, it's going to fall over, or the branches are going to break off. You have to start at the center. So, and to add this part in right now, when we talk about the legs being hiked up, so it looks like your leg's shorter than the other. Like I said, literally some people have the bones, they're just born, or they have surgeries or something to where now one of these bones somewhere in their legs is shorter in one part, which will make that happen. But that's a rare case. Some people do have that. They've had a funny knee surgery or something just messed them up, or they're literally born that way. But in many cases, and with stroke survivors, if you have something pre-stroke that caused it, here is your quadratus laborum. That's in your low back deep. You have spasticity or poor posture where you're always like this. That means this muscle is short on one side. So when that muscle is short or tight, what does it do? It pulls that hip up, making this leg seem shorter. A lot of it is muscular and structure. You pull that up here and you press that, get that foot back down, and this strong enough, your foot's the same, you're the same length. None of us are perfect ever in our length, but basically that's a big part of it. So you also have the psoas muscle. Your psoas muscle attaches, you have 5 lumbar vertebrae, which is your lumbar, low back. It attaches at the four of those lumbar vertebrae. It crosses through, so it starts here, crosses through here, and attaches at this femur. So if you look at this right here, comes down the spine, across that pelvic and hip bone, or pelvic bone, however you want to word it right there, to the femur bone. That's your femur bone, the front of your leg. It's the only muscle in the back that literally attaches to the leg. Everything else attaches to here. And like the big lat muscle that does this, it's the only muscle that attaches right to here. Everything else attaches all through here more. Okay, just so you know. Okay, I mean the only center back muscle. Don't let that confuse you, I said that. Okay, this muscle right here, your psoas, helps with this, watch my foot, this. Okay, if your core is weak and you're in poor posture, or if you're, watch my other videos on sitting in wheelchairs. If you're sitting in your wheelchair like this, if you're somebody who sits in a wheelchair, or you sit and watch TV this way, you're like this, that means all these muscles I just showed you are crooked. That means your pelvic's crooked, everything is crooked, and that will mean muscles like all these surface muscles like these, the ones that aren't so deep, are going to be uneven on both sides. And another good picture for you, but I don't see it right now. So whatever you're doing in your core will shift knees, ankles, hips, twist you in a curve, will make your obliques and everything twisted. So what is important for everybody in recovery and not recovery is to keep our core strong, to keep your posture up so everything can move. Okay, when we go back to, let me show you this. Your brain and spinal cord is the central nervous system. Here's a picture. I actually got this one off the internet. I didn't have a copy of my own. See the brain? See that, you know, how it goes down in here? Your brain and spinal cord send messages to each other. Your brain sends a message to the spinal cord to do things. If your brain and the message to your spinal cord is compromised, it's going to be harder to get your movements back. And it is a scientific fact. If you're in poor posture, it can compromise the communication between the brain and spinal cord. So that's another reason to get in good posture and get your core and that structure strong from the spine. Rebuild from the inside out, like babies develop, like we did as children to develop. What I recommend for every stroke survivor, if you don't have balance and you're trying to work on things, see this right here? Put a bar on your wall. This one's just here to show you guys. Have a bar, say like this is on a wall, bars on a wall. You're sitting in your wheelchair, you want to learn to stand up, pull yourself up to the bar and work on here, balancing, stand. Work on your abs being strong so you can build the structure back for standing. Look at babies when they learn to stand. What do? They keep holding on to something and pulling themselves up till they can stay there. And then they learn to, they keep falling down because they have to learn to lift their foot and put it. They need to learn their spatial awareness. So I've been talking about that. That's what I want to talk about today too. Spatial awareness is knowing where your limbs are in space. Say like I am walking and I need to step over this purple thing on the floor. If my spatial awareness is good, my brain automatically calculates there's something on the floor I have to step over. I have to start picking it up here, lift this high to get over this far to land the foot for safety. When people lose their spatial awareness, you don't really have control of what your foot's doing, and you don't have awareness of how you're lifting or what's really going on, and you start to trip. A lot of seniors get that. You start building that core back up, you can control what your feet are doing. Begin in the center. It is very, very important. So you have spatial awareness and proprioception. Spatial awareness is knowing where your limbs are in space. Proprioception, they get mixed up a lot too. They're kind of the same, but kind of different. Knowing where things are in space, knowing where the objects are around you. Like say like I am going to, if you saw my last video I shared, it was a gentleman who was a stroke survivor who we did a reenactment where he used to walk to the chairs real slow, hold the chair, turn, sit, and then push himself back. But when he got his spatial awareness back and how we are before we lose it is we just walk to a chair, we sit down. We're not thinking about, so if you watch my feet when you're approaching something, it automatically takes smaller steps when you get close to something. Subconsciously, we just do that. When you lose it, you have to rebuild it back. And there's ways to do that. I share a lot of it in videos. I share a lot of it in my books. You need to have a pole for safety. You have to be safe when you do your stuff. Don't hold on to countertops. You have nothing to grip. Get a pole. You can get a short one. You can get a long one. You can buy them on Amazon. This part here, this is actually part of a rod you put in a closet to hang clothes on. You can put these on the wall if they're hooked right because they can hold you. You can, if you can't leave the house right now or COVID or whatever, you can order something off Amazon, have someone put it in your wall. You will have better recovery and feel safer doing your exercises if you have a pole to hold on to. Yes, some of you only have one arm to use, but you have to learn to get that back. So what I have people do, I have a pad right here. So I use Bosu balls, pads, and discs. Safety first. I have people, when you're ready to stand, then you can start practicing stepping up on something and stepping back down. And your practicing would be practicing to clear the item, and you focus every second of the way. I'm lifting my foot, I'm moving my foot, I'm placing my foot. You have to retrain the brain to connect to every ounce of the movement you are doing because it lost it. Just like the babies have to, how many times do they fall down before they actually realize, oh, I got to move my feet like this to walk? At first, they kind of just go whoop and they fall down. They have to learn the skill, and it took practice, practice, practice. And they don't learn to walk. We didn't learn to walk when we were babies and kids, going to therapy twice a week and doing nothing at home. Every single day we were working on pulling yourself up, and it got trained. In most, not going to say most, in many, many, many cases, this stuff can be trained back. Yes, it depends on your brain and everything too. So I wanted to share that with you guys. There's a lot more to this. You have so many muscles, so many muscles. You got the butt muscle that's on your hips. Remember, if your hips are crooked, now your bun muscles are going to be crooked. Remember, your buns do this. When you walk, they help. So if you're crooked, it's going to be harder to take your steps. Everything is based on getting the center structure in. So this movement can be done. These movements can be done. You need these movements done evenly. And there is another, I don't have a picture of it right now. It's in my other videos. It's in my books too. You have your leg muscles. You take off those 4 quad muscles. You have this pack of muscles right here. They help hold that leg in. So you need your core in, and you need to strengthen the middle of the inner thighs that pull you in. These muscles right here, abduct, they're adduct, E-D-D-A-D, adduct. They're adding this leg back to the midline of the body, adding it back in. So these adductors have to be in. You can do that from sitting and squeezing a ball between your knees, working on always pushing that foot in. So remember, your body will want to move in the position you hold it in most. So if you don't want your leg to be out here, turned out, and your hips here, when you watch TV, try to make sure you're sitting with this try to put your body, if it doesn't hurt you, don't shove it through joint pain. Do not cause yourself joint pain. Try to put yourself in the position you wanted to be in when you rise up to walk. Because you can't sit like this, then expect to get up to here and walk. Because if you're in here for hours and hours a day, you're training all these muscles I just showed you. The quadraceborum, your psoas, you're training those muscles to be short and tight and in a twist. That's where they are longer. That's where they're going to want to be when you get up. Does that make sense? So remember, this only applies to you if your body can work through this. A lot, you know, many people, most people can, but not everybody, because it just depends on your case. But what about, you know, because people, people get spasticity in their arm. Maybe you have a little spasticity in the psoas muscle, and it's keeping you in here or in here, and you got to work through that. But what's going to help is your brain, if it can't send a message to the center of the body to stabilize, your body is now trying to stabilize with the wrong muscles. So if you're trying to stabilize just from using your quad muscle and you're skipping this, the muscles you need to walk will not be trained right. Because all muscles, 70% of the muscles in the body participate when you're walking. So you can't skip the structure for anything. You're trying to move your arms, your legs, or your hips. This structure needs to get strong. And here's a picture right here. This is just some of your muscles. This is the back view. You got somewhere in there, the multifidus is way under there. But see the muscles, they go all the way up to your neck. All those muscles. And that doesn't even include your big butt muscle. So then you got the calves and the lower legs. So every muscle I just showed you in that spine, if you're in a twist, they're twisted all the way up to your neck, which will probably leave your shoulder kind of in a funk too. So, tips. Always keep your shoulders out of your ears. A lot of people keep them here, which will make all the fascia and the connection throughout all these muscles through the lower part of your body off. You're having some hip issues, make sure you don't have either shoulder in your ear, because the shoulder here with the fascia will twist to here. You take this shoulder and lift it, it lifts the structure in here. So good posture is what you need to work on, okay? So take this education, try to apply it much as you can. Like I said, you guys know I'm Tracy Markley. I have my books out. All my books have anatomy in them. They all have exercises in them to showing you what you can do for certain things. Take the education and help you when you go to your therapist. If you're working with a fitness professional, get this knowledge, and if they don't seem to know it, show them, tell them. Hand them one of my books. Ask them, can you watch this girl's video? Because we have to seek out greater knowledge to get it. Just like if you go to a doctor, you have the general doctor, but if you want a knee replacement or hip replacement, you go to someone who studied advancements and wanted to be a surgeon, and now and deeper into the hip issues and tissue and fascia and bones and nerves and everything going on. You don't just, not every piece of general thing. You have to reach out to people who have specialized in it to help you. A lot of people say they have, tell them to show you. So can I see your certificate now if you did that? Because a lot of them are good talkers. They talk like they know stuff, but when they go to work with you, they keep you so basic, they limit you. Limited knowledge in the physical anatomy and muscles and movement will limit our clients. So the more you have, the more you won't limit yourself when you're with someone or on your own. Because remember, we all have our own bodies, and we all have to know our bodies to help ourselves no matter what we have going on in it. So I hope this helped you guys. I know sometimes it sounds like I'm rambling. There's so much to teach. When I took my anatomy, not just anatomy and physiology, but just a class on anatomy, the muscles, where they attach, what they do, which way they perform. We saw cadavers at muscle form. I took it twice, and I still didn't remember anything. I've been doing this for 25 years, and I've written books, and I actually now have people make me anatomy that I want. So now I have my anatomy, but you can't learn it in one day. It's too much. So it's good stuff, but it's a lot there. And you don't have to remember all the muscle names. Just remember the common sense of putting your body back together that came out of this. This will help you guys. So drink your water, feed your brain good nourishment. Remember, your brain's working hard to rebuild pathways, to connect to nerves, and connect to movement. If you're feeding it junk and you're keeping it dehydrated, It's just to make it harder. It's like if you drive that car down the road, you don't change the oil and you don't put water in the engine, it's gonna suck. So everything you can to keep this organ, remember this is the most complex organ in your body. Everything you can do to make this brain, your organ that functions the brain like it's the engine to your body, nourished, good vitamins, minerals, good nutrition, fruits, vegetables, whatever works with your body, whatever works with whatever other things going on in your body and your medication. And stay hydrated. It will help the brain stay stronger to get back your body. Okay, so you guys have a great day. I hope this helps you. I'm www.tracymarkley.com. Somewhere, my links, all the links are throughout YouTube, and I'm easy to find on the internet. So don't give up, you guys. It takes a lot of effort and focus every step of the way. Have a great day. Hello everybody, this is Tracy Markley again from Tracy's Personal Training Pilates and Yoga Studio in Oregon. And I'm making a video today regarding a question I've had quite often in the last 2 weeks, probably about 8 times, about walking upstairs. And most of my questions have been from stroke survivors who's trying to learn to walk upstairs again. They're having a hard time. Also, just seniors. I have a senior I'm working with right now who's going to be 88, and she's been doing really well. Her balance, her walking, her back feels better, her knees are feeling better, but she said she was still struggling, not feeling safe with stairs. So one of the things that we went over one day, and by the next visit, she was, oh, I feel better now. Making sure you have your core strong when you do stairs. So I'm going to go over some muscles, but throughout the video, I'm going to show different tips on some exercises that help with movement for walking and stairs, as well as trying to make you understand how many muscles are involved in walking and lifting upstairs. But with her, what she was already learning to, keep her abs in and keep her balance. But when she walked upstairs, she was collapsing herself over to look down at her feet. She wasn't keeping this strong, so she wasn't able to keep a strong pelvic to get that movement. And so she worked on her for a few days, and she came and said, I feel better on stairs, so that's great. Always be safe, walk sideways, down when needed, all those typical things you need to do. But you need to get the right muscles strong for stabilizing your core, the hips, the pelvic. This needs to be stable for this kind of movement to take place. So I'm going to show all kinds of muscles, but just a couple I'm going to show first is your glute muscle. And if you guys have watched my other videos, and those who have read my books, I have specific chapters on muscles, showing the muscles, why these muscles need to be strengthened to help you for walking, standing, and getting your everyday movements back. If you're a stroke survivor, and also, well, for anybody, but if you're a senior or anybody who's just becoming unstable in their walking, you're losing your balance, you're losing your spatial awareness, you need to build the muscles back up to do the movements that participate in the job of walking and being stable. So we're going to go to the glutes real quick because they're in my hand. Here's your glutes, which is your butt muscle. You got a gluteus maximus, minimus, and oh my God, I forget the name of it. They're all 3 muscles. Anyway, I'm tired today. That's so funny. I forget. They're there. I'm just not thinking clear right now. You take off that big butt muscle, the gluteus maximus, and you have all these little ones underneath. And so you got the maximus, the medius, and the minimus. Okay, there you go. We all forget the muscles, but they're in my head somewhere. Anyway, for movement, though, they all do different things. So when it comes to walking and going upstairs, your glutes, they help. Besides the, rotation of the hip too, they help with extending the femur. Your femur is the large bone leg in your upper thigh. Flexion is this. Extending is back here. So when you take steps or you're going backwards and you're moving, this movement's happening. When you go up a step, you have to bring one leg up, come up. This one kind of lifts back. So you need the whole package of movements. It's not just work the front of your leg. It's the whole unit of your body. You need the core, the spine, the pelvic stable, your glutes working, your thighs working, your hamstrings working. So it's not just a simple task to get back. It takes a package of exercises to put the body back together. They work together as a team. And there's several muscles involved in the body in walking. Well, that includes stairs, because it's not like you just, everything stops. Everything's still flowing when you're moving. So let me just show quickly some muscles that are involved in movement. So I was talking about, so to lift the leg, you have to flex that femur, meaning the femur is coming up. What helps flex the femur? The psoas muscle helps flex the hips and the femur. The hip flexion is like when you squat. You bring any time in this movement, hips, quads, femur flexion, you're bringing those angles together for a movement, whether they're little movements to step up steps, movements to walk, lifting up on something higher, or squatting. Okay, so the movement of this and stepping to come up, you're going to involve all your quad muscles. You have 4 quad muscles. This is the front of your thigh, your quadriceps. And the sartorius muscle, which is the red muscle highlighted here. It attaches at your hips, crosses, trying to get back to you, see me, over your thigh, and attaches right beneath your knee. There's a lot of muscles involved. And in some of the videos, I have showed how you could sit on a ball or a chair and squeeze a little ball and as you're sitting. That helps work the psoas muscle, the sartorius muscle, and some of the inner thigh muscles. And other ones, you have another layer in there that pulls the leg in. So when you're walking, you have a layer of muscles there that hold the femur in secure when you're walking. And that's the pectineus, and some other muscles that's in another video. They're in my books. My newest book, The Power of Your Spine, shares, I'm gonna get the colored one. I have a colored and a black and white version. It shows the muscles that are needed, and all the muscles I'm showing you here, they're in here. And they're showing you what they do and what movements they help you with. And there's a lot of muscles in here for movement and walking. And right here, I don't have the big picture of it. Those muscles right there, and so this would be your pelvic right here. And here's your pectineus and some other muscles right in there. They help hold your femur in when you walk to stabilize your femur, which you need that so you're not doing this. When you're walking upstairs, if you don't have stability in that leg, you're going to have even a harder time. And if you're a stroke survivor and you have spasticity in that leg or your hip or that psoas muscle I've talked about that comes up here, you're going to have a harder time. So you have to exercise the right muscles, work through the spasticity however you can get there. Everybody's different. Everybody has different things going on. But here's the psoas muscle. I cut it out so you can see movements. So this muscle, which I share in the books, in all my videos, in the stroke recovery and exercise course I've written for the fitness industry, the MedFit Foundation, I go over all of this so fitness professionals can learn deeper in depth so they can help seniors and survivors in helping people put their body back together. If you do not know the anatomy and which muscles do what movement, you're not going to be able to help people besides just general 3 sets of this and little exercises here. You're not going to be able to help put someone back together or truly keep someone in fall prevention exercise program. The muscles and knowledge is essential. So the psoas muscle, which I've shared before, it attaches in your low vertebrae, crosses over that hip bone, and attaches your femur. So here's a little tiny version of it. So here's your low spine, here's your pelvic, and when you walk, it moves with you. When you bend, when you squat. So if you're walking, I know it's tiny here, but if you're walking here or trying to walk upstairs here, the muscles involved that you need, you're flexing them, and then you're trying to make them work to pick your leg up. It's not going to work. We need to get your core strong. And as I shared in my books, and my videos, core doesn't just mean getting a six-pack. It's getting your deep spine muscles strong. The deep spine and the rotating spine muscles. There's so many muscles deep in your spine. And then your transverse and the psoas. I mean, there's just layers of muscles in the center of your body that needs to get strong to stabilize you for walking and walking upstairs and sitting up tall, standing up out of wheelchairs, getting your movement. And this is just showing what's going on in the back of your legs. So here's your glutes right here. Then you got your hamstrings. This is the back of your leg. Then you got your calf muscles. There's a lot of muscles involved in walking and stepping up and down stairs. So it is a task to get that back. It's hard work. It's a bundle of a bunch of exercises and ways to get there. And I can tell you more individually what would work for people individually, but I'll give you some tips. If you go through my books, read the books, understand what's happening, you can put things back together better. And then watching my videos, some of the things I can show. But you still have to know your body. One thing, if you have spasticity going on and you're in here still and you're here a lot, or you just need to strengthen it here, because if you've been sitting in a wheelchair and you're sitting like this all day long, 8 hours a day, on and off, and you get up to walk and you want your body to be here to walk and to walk upstairs, it's going to be harder for you. So make sure when you sit, you keep this lined up, because the positions your body's in longer is where your body's going to try to work in the most. So if you're sitting like this all the time, but then to move your body and movement, you have to be here and walk, or here to step up steps, it's not going to have any functional strength to work to the proper mechanics needed for it. So watch how you sit. Watch the height of your chairs. I've explained in the books and also in the videos. The height of those chairs, how you sit, your position. So here's just another muscle. This helps stabilize you in walking as well. So you got the psoas that comes down here, I just told you. Then you got the quadratus lumborum. When this is squished on one side, you made your body into scoliosis. Your spine's crooked. That can be straightened back out. Some people have spasticity somewhere in these muscles. It could be the psoas. It could be the quadratus lumborum. It could be some of the tiny ones. When the spasticity hits and strokes, it can hit everywhere. It's not just spots. It's muscles and different muscles going on. So watch my other videos, get my books, and try to really understand what's going on, because it will help you. Okay. What I have done to help people with stairs, first I go here first. So all the stuff I've shared in books and in my other videos about strengthening your core, mandatory. It is a must, because you can't walk and step upstairs if your core is like this, or if your core is crooked. You have to get this strong. And I do that by working with Bosu balls and bounce discs and sitting on Swiss balls, depending on the level of the person, and teaching them to connect to their posture. Getting your posture connected, your balance, stability, and fall prevention, all in that same package. Okay, so I have a bar here, and I have a little step. It's a thick wooden step that we used for something else. I think it was for my parents' cat to get up on the bed. But it's all carpeted up, and I have them now. But they're excellent for practicing. So if you can see me, I know the video is kind of far away. I have a bar here to grab onto. So when you step up, especially if you've had weakness on one leg, back issues, major sciatica stuff, or one leg's a lot weaker for whatever reason, or you're in stroke recovery and you have the one side that's just weaker, even though both sides are weak, there's always that one side that's more. You have one, when you step, so you have one leg that has to support you as you're lifting this leg. If the leg you're lifting is weak, it's going to be hard to maneuver it. But then if you're trying to stand on that leg and you have the leg that's working better, can have the movement, this leg's not stabilizing as well. So you have both sides going to have a struggle for those reasons. So when you step up, those muscles I explained, that you have to flex that femur. So this, you need to get this pelvic stable so this can lift. And the pelvic needs to be stable for the movement to come back, you know, because this, your glutes, all these muscles, you have all these movements that move for walking and lifting. So over here, you're going to have one leg stable as you pull yourself up. If you have a bar to work with, you can try in a safe place where you can keep your hips stable and try to pull yourself up and down with your pelvic stable and your abs engaged. So it's going to be different to come up like this than to use your core and stand up tall. So you can do it sideways. It depends on your ability. Some people may need to work on it with both hands on a bar, or if you can do something holding on tight and practice here, but you have to somewhere in your program and your therapy strengthen your core and your psoas and your glutes so this movement can help you lift up and down. Another thing that may help you as well is standing and working on lifting your legs. But you need to do it in proper position, and it will be harder if this is really weak. So work yourself into it. Work on keeping your abs engaged. Do the things that I have taught you in the books and other videos. Get your deep spine strong and work your way through. Because you have to build your body back up. And the more natural mechanics of building it up for the brain to get the new pathways, it's going to work better. You won't learn to step upstairs and walk very well if you're sitting all the time. And I know some people can't stand, but if you're in the place where you can learn to, you can work on standing, and you have the you're at the level you can stand and you can move and you're needing to walk, these things can help you. Another thing that may help you is working on your lunges. I have a video on lunges, and it's also in my book. And again, always have proper abs. At no time are you collapsing in between movements. And watch my other video on how to do proper lunges and proper squats. The lunges is really important because if you can get yourself to work on this movement properly, this will help with your core, your hamstrings, your quads, this motion with your legs separate instead of in a squat as well, because when you step and you go upstairs, both legs are doing something different. When you're in a lunge, both legs are doing something different. So whether you're on a bar or not, you want your body down and up. Watch the other, I have a good video on that in here in my YouTube. Another thing, working on those glutes. Some people can get to the floor and do some of the Pilates exercises or whatever, it's whatever modality you call it. Basically it's doing pelvic tilts, butt lifts. If you can, I don't know, see me from way over there, you can do things on the floor if you can go to the floor. You come down here, engage those glutes, lift up and down. You can do it with your legs straight. Those exercises assist in walking and building the glutes in that movement. But some of you guys can't go on the floor yet, but there's a lot of options to get there, and you have to go over what you can. And you may not be perfect at each exercise as you do it, but as you keep working on them, you get stronger at them. It's like if you want to get big biceps, and right now you can only do a 3-pounder, where in order to get to the 15 or 20-pound weight, you have to work your way up. And for anybody, the stronger your center is, the more weight bearing and movement your limbs can do safely. You have more power and more strength. So you have to get this strong. I have a pile of muscles there to show you, but I just showed you some today. But again, every book I have has a chapter on muscles, and each book I make has more. The latest book, The Power of Your Spine, talks about all these muscles in here, the muscles, all the muscles around your spine and your core, what they do and what movements they help with in rotation and everything, because there's a power in your spine. There's this power here, and this has to be strong. And I have a really good video to show you guys about that, and I don't have it with me. I will bring it and show you guys. I shared it in stroke recovery support groups a few times. It's not a video I made, it's someone else's. It's basically a man that has no legs and no arms, and he's walking. And your spine is like, it's a spinal engine. It's a theory. It's real. When you walk, you move through here. So this man's walking with a strong upright core with no legs, just on his, the parts that's there, and walking, the little part of the leg he does have. That is proof, the power in here for walking, standing, lifting that leg, moving that leg back, all these different things. Another way you can work your glutes, if you are able and you can't go to the floor, you can stand and hold a bar. Zip up your tummy, always in good form. And I'm going to turn the angle you can see me. Turn that foot out, lift from that glute, little tiny lifts. But it depends on your hips and your mobility if you're able to do that. So again, when I'm with people in person, I can work with you exactly what works more for you. In my videos, I'm just trying to give you ideas and guidance because I know there's not a lot of good guidance out there. So I'm hoping this helps you. Anyway, I really hope this helped. Please watch my other videos, like the YouTube channel, all that stuff we always say. But as for my books, let me go through them real quick for those that don't know. I have 4 books. The latest book is The Power of Your Spine, How Back Strength and Posture Pilots the Entire Body. And it's basically an anatomy book, but you can go in there, but it tells about the muscles too, but I mean, it tells you a little more, but it will show you the muscles, where the muscle attaches, what movement it does. And it helps you put your body back together. I have the more than just the spine in there. I have some of the biceps and triceps back here too, but it comes in color and also black and white. You can order from me or on Amazon. Really good book for fitness professionals or therapists or massage therapists, yoga, Pilates teachers, whatever. It's a good reference. I know a lot of basic personal training barely covers any muscles. You need to know this. And it's a small book, easy to read, easy to carry. If you're been in pain or you're going to acupuncture or you're going to a massage therapist, you're going to your chiropractor, and you want to understand what muscles are tight, and you guys want to be in the same page of your healing, pull out the book and say, show me which muscle that is. Then you can maybe go to your massage therapist, say, my chiropractor says it's this one. Get your healing all on the same page with people, or your therapist, or whatever you're working with to get better, whether it's back pain or stroke recovery or whatever reason you have. Knowing your body will help you, and communicating with the people trying to help you will make it easier and helpful. And it doesn't expire because you're always going to have these muscles. It's not like this is some fad that's going to go out next year and you're wasting your money on it. Okay, my very first book was The Stroke of an Artist, The Journey of a Fitness Trainer and Stroke Survivor. Those that know me already kind of know the story, but basically he was a stroke survivor I trained that wanted his story shared very badly to help people. I met him in a walker at 6 months post-stroke, and he went from not being able to move his body at all, thinking he's not going to live the first 2 weeks, to by the 3rd year with me, he was walking across Bosu balls, standing in Bosu ball, bouncing balls. But before that, he couldn't even sit on a ball. He had drop foot, dragging that foot, rotator cuff injury, a knee that kept extending. It took him a few months to remember my name. So he went through a lot to get better. But he got to the point where he was one of the guys in the gym that would walk up to other people and say, don't give up, you can do it. You should have seen me, I was a mess. He had a good sense of humor. Anyway, that's a helpful book. Stroke recovery, what now? When your physical therapy ends, but your recovery continues. This, again, had all these chapters, all of my books have chapters on muscles. Each book gets more into it. So this is my 3rd book, but it has the glutes, the things I shared here, and this one also has a lot of the exercises that I help stroke survivors with. So, good one to have. And it also explains things. It helps you understand your body and how you can get movements back. Because if you don't understand why things aren't working, it's going to be hard to put it back together, or to encourage the brain to make movements with the right muscles if you don't know which muscles make a movement. My 2nd book was Tipping Towards Balance, A Fitness Trainer's Guide to Stability Walking. And this has some of the exercises in the stroke recovery book as well. But this is when I had some seniors coming to me in town who were tripping and falling, losing their spatial awareness, which is also in all my books too, because spatial awareness, balance, stability, knowing where your body is in space so you can lift your foot high enough to not trip on tree roots when you're hiking or in your house or stepping upstairs, because when you step upstairs, you have to clear that step going up and down. So getting your spatial awareness back is very essential with your core, but it's all connected. If you see my videos and my book, especially the Stroke Recovery Right Now book, it will really help you if you're in recovery. Anyway, so this was helping with exercises and these are all fall prevention things too. Anyway, most of you guys know that. Maybe you don't. Maybe you're just getting to know me, but that's about me, and I've been doing this for over 20 years, and I've recently, in the last year, written a stroke recovery and exercise course for the MedFit Foundation. I'm going to be speaking in Irvine, California in February, a 4-hour course on stroke recovery and exercise, covering as much as I can to help teach fitness professionals to know more, because it's such a desperate need right now to get more care and help and helping stroke survivors and their caregivers put their loved ones back together and moving again, maybe driving again, movement, lifting, walking, all those things. And there you go. So I hope this has helped you. I hope it made sense. A few things. If you don't have a block to use, if you have the balance pads, which are really good, you can practice on little ones, maybe get 2, practice stand. You can step on 2 at a time, stepping on them, stepping down. Work on the things in my videos and in the books. You cannot build skills back like these movements for things you need in life if the whole center of your body is here. If every time you take a step and your abs are in, but then you crash down, then you stand back up, it's not going to help you. You need to get this strong. And this is for everybody. All of us. Sports for kids, athletes, they're doing the same thing, but at their level. Everybody has to have the center strong. That's how walking gaits, proprioception, where your body is in space, not falling down, fall prevention. It's like the base to everything we need in life for your body to move. So have a great day. Don't give up. And I really hope this helps you. And I'll see you in the next video. Hello, everybody. This is Tracy Markley from Tracy's Personal Training, Pilates and Yoga Studio, and the author of many books on stroke recovery, fall prevention. One's getting ready to come out in the brain in a couple of weeks, so I'm real excited about that. So I interact with a lot of you guys, hundreds, thousands of you guys, in my stroke recovery support group that I run on Facebook. I also run one in town live where I live, but we actually haven't been able to meet because of the coronavirus. And I interact with a lot of you guys in other stroke recovery support groups in Facebook as well. And I get reached out from people all over the world. This week I probably had over 35 messages from people, private and messenger, and some emails through my website asking me a lot of questions. And that happens often. That's why I make these videos, to try to answer questions and help you guys. And that's why I've created the books too. So I understand from my work and what I've experienced working with different physical therapists in different areas that I've lived. Some are great, some are not so great. But when I hear your guys' stories, when you guys ask me for help, thousands of you guys who are recovering from a stroke have either had just too limited of a physical therapy, not good physical therapy, maybe good physical therapy, depends on where you've gone, but most of the time you don't get enough physical therapy to get through as far as stroke recovery can take place. I know people still getting results 3 to 5, 6 years after their stroke. So every person's different, every recovery is different, every stroke is different, and every therapist is different. It's a vast amount of ways that either guide you or limit you. So what I've been asked a lot the last several weeks is talk about hyperextended knee. Yes, I spoke about that in my new book. It just came out. And I'm going to do a little video to try to share with you guys. So understand this too. when I hear from a lot of you guys, and I see it too, I've seen this for years, wherever I've lived. Someone goes to, say like someone, for example, goes to physical therapy because they have back pain. Well, I may have clients with 6 different reasons they have back pain in areas, and they all come back with the same piece of paper with the same exercises to follow. And maybe some of those exercises work for some of the injuries, but it doesn't work for all of them. So what I hear from a lot of your stroke survivors in person and via around the world talking to me, people I've trained with via Zoom and read my books, and just people that reach out to me, is that they give a lot of cookie cutter programs. Like, here's 6 exercises, do these all the time, but it doesn't always fit everybody. I'm not putting therapists down, but what I'm trying to share with you guys, when I get reached out to and people want the exact exercises to fix something, it's kind of hard to give you exact exercises, because if it was that easy, the simple cookie cutter programs would work for everybody. So most of you have had some kind of interaction with me, watched my videos, read my books, talked to me in person, via Messenger, Facebook, whatever, we've interacted. Some of you may just be seeing me in a video for the first time. So let me explain again, and maybe a different way, why you can't just have, here's 3 exercises, 1, 2, 3, and it's gonna fix a hyperextended knee. Or I have a foot drop, follow these steps and you'll fix your foot drop. Because when you're trying to fix things, it doesn't just have to do with the part of the body you're trying to fix. So let's go over little things that I do have in other videos, but I'll go over a little differently today. Okay, see this right here? I may cut off my head to show you. This is where you got the transverse abdominal, which is in here. Underneath that, you have this muscle. That's your psoas muscle. There's your pelvic floor. Here's your diaphragm. Okay, the psoas muscle, first of all, is one of the major hip flexors. It helps this movement, this movement. If you've seen my books and watched my videos, I talk about you need to open yourself up so that psoas is free to do its job, so you don't get up and try to walk like this, because you have to stand up tall. Okay, and you need the structure, you need the center structure strong, and there's a lot more muscles that I'm showing here. They're in my videos, they're in my books, I also have a stroke recovery and exercise course written for the fitness industry, so fitness professionals can learn more. So because we're trying to get more fitness professionals educated with stroke survivors, so you guys have more variety of people to go out and get help with. So I'm doing my best to try to help you guys. Anyway, okay, let's say you have hyperextended knee. Often with hyperextended knee, the hips are kind of out like this too. This structure is not strong. So until the hips and the pelvic are stable, if you stand a lot and you're kind of like this, you're going right into the hyperextended knee. So this structure has to get strong. You have to get the pelvic and hips and core strong to keep these bones stable. Therefore, now the knee joint can line up and you can start working on the exercises specifically at that area. If you're still having postural issues, or maybe you have lost spasticity, so you're pulled to one side, you can't just do the knee exercises, the different ones you see around on the internet or on pieces of paper, maybe the therapist gave you, or different things, because if you don't line that knee up first, you can't fix what's going on here. That's like when we talk about the rotator cuff. When people have rotator cuff injuries, remember, 4 muscles in the rotator cuff. 4 muscles make the rotator cuff. Someone's trying to, they're trying to do certain exercises, from their therapist or their trainer or whatever they're saying to fix the rotator cuff, but they're taking the shoulder joint and they're doing them here. Well, you're not going to fix it unless you're in good posture. You're not going to fix that knee or the turned out foot or the drop foot if this structure here isn't in some kind of stable position lined up for that to follow. So that is why maybe some of you search out exercises and you find that it works for you. Well, you may not have had this structure challenge going on. So then you might have did a few exercises. Oh, my foot's fixed, I did this. But what people are telling everybody is some people may have a stroke and they don't have this twist or the pull, or they don't have this going on with their leg. that comes from here. So if your foot's turned out, just doing exercises with your foot isn't gonna do it. You need the structure in your hip and pelvic lined up and your core. If you're twisted here, that psoas muscle is kind of rotated out to the side on one side and you're not working evenly. So you have one psoas facing forward, the other side this way, and you can't really get in a good walking position. You're not going to fix what's happening in the foot by starting at the foot. You have to fix here first, and then you can have it. It's like if you're building a house and you're putting windows and doors in, but if you don't get the ground, stable, the foundation of the house, when you put the windows in, things are going to shift, they're going to crack, and you're going to have a lot of issues of doors not shutting. So grounding the center of your body, the core of your body, so your upper body stays stable and your hips stay stable, will help you get to the point you can there work on your knee. So you have to go in steps. So when I'm working with someone in person, I can see more what they need to work on. When I work with people on Zoom, I can see it too. In person, I just see so much better. On Zoom, I can see things, but just answering clear, specific questions, I can do it a little bit, but it's just general because you have to go by your own situation. That is why every time you look at my videos, usually I have muscles I'm showing. If you look at my books, there's a chapter on anatomy, because this is the thing. If you understand where a muscle attaches, what's the purpose of that muscle, you therefore can find easier exercises to guide you because you have more knowledge of the mechanics of what's moving. I hope that's making sense. So when it comes to the hyperextended knee, what I do with my clients, and what I try to explain when I'm teaching in my education of the fitness industry people in my course and also in my books, is to get this structure first, then the knee's hyperextending, then you have to work on the next step of that. For instance, some clients, I have them leaning on a ball on the wall, and they go up and down in ball squats, and when they come up, instead of having that knee lock out, they have to work on controlling that knee and not letting it go back, taking control of the hyperextension. But you can't do exercises like that if your core is weak and you don't have balance and stability to do certain exercises. So that's why every person needs a little different instruction for it. It depends. Do you have a balance issue? Does your foot roll out? Do your toes curl up? Is your hip twisted out? Is your foot dragging? Can you bend your leg? Can you lift your leg? There's so many dynamics that are personally to each of you that needs to work through first before you can go to the next step. So when you guys are asking me questions and I feel bad, I can't just give you all the answers, because if you have a hyperextended knee, that might not get fixed to 6 months down the line because you have to work on this first. But then you might have a hyperextended knee and it can get fixed really quick because you don't have these issues. So I have dozens and dozens of exercises I do with people. I use bands, straps, anchor point training, Bosu balls, balance discs, pads. I have bars on my wall. I try to make the video so you can see my bar. In my video, the last couple of videos, I talked about having the safety of a bar to hold on to. It can help you stand up, help you work with your squats, have you work while you're walking back and forth. And it's very important to make your home have a safe but functional equipment for you to work with. So if you're working on standing, balancing, fixing your hyperextended knee, trying to work your foot, coming back in and, getting this moving again instead of just dragging with you, and your balance isn't very good, getting a pole on the wall, a bar, like a ballet bar, some kind of bar where you can hold onto it stable, because like I mentioned in the last couple of videos and in the books, if you don't balance real well, but you're trying to work on it, one, you're not going to be safe, and safety is always first. Two, you're not going to try to really get up in your good posture and do things because you're going to limit what you're doing because you don't feel safe. So if you have a bar, you can go further with what you're trying to do. You can get them on Amazon. You can get them at ballet type dance stores. There's different ways you can get them. I have an 8-foot one over there I've mentioned in other videos. I have an 8-foot one in another room, and this one's about 5 feet. That one's actually a movable one, but my stepdad anchored it to the wall for me because I was trying to anchor it down with weights and I was hurting my back. So keep it, so if you're walking, you have to grab it, you've got stability. Plus, if you have the bar and you can work with it, with the exercises that I teach in my videos and books and everything that I try to share with you guys, you're gonna be safer. Plus, if you have that bar and you can grab it, you're teaching your brain and your body connecting to quicker reaction times. And that's what a lot of stroke survivors also need to relearn, is where your arms are in space, how quick, how high you have to move to grab something for safety, your brain connecting to what's around you. Because often stroke survivors, their proprioception and spatial awareness to where their limbs are in space, or the items, how high you have to lift your foot to step over items. You have to relearn that. You have to relearn that subconsciously. And then as you're training to relearn it, you have to exercise and do your physical therapy consciously. Like, I'm lifting my foot, I'm moving my foot, I'm lowering my foot, until your brain takes over and starts doing it for you again. So, a couple more tips with the hyperextended knee and foot drag and everything. If your knee, hyperextends out, of course, you need this strong, and I have stuff all over the place to help you guys. You need this strong and safe. You need to get the hips, shoulders, torso, the trunk of your body solid, so your feet can be grounded to relearn where they need to do, to line up the knee joint, the ankle joint. And I forgot what I was going to say. So with that, when you are sitting, don't sit in the position you don't want to stand up in. When you're talking to people, don't pop into that hyperextended knee and stand there. Work on holding it there. It will be easier to hold there as you get your core strong and engage your abs and help pull those hips over. So you have to work the structure of the body, mechanically how it works. So I hope this has helped you. I'm not trying to blow anybody off by not giving you clear-cut answers of step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what to do. Because like I said, there's so many things about it. One more thing before we go. I always have one more thing before we go in the videos. Okay, your spine. Here is, I mentioned this is your multifidus muscle. That's deep spine muscle, okay? Here is a cut out small version of it right here. If you look right here, is it upside down? No, it's not upside down. The words are probably backwards, but you can, right here, there's the rotator muscle. So you have the multifidus is right deep in here. Then you have the rotator muscle. Okay. The spinal rotator muscles is where the first beginning the message from the brain to the spine to begin rotation. So if you're stuck in a rotation, if you can't rotate much, because when you walk, your spine rotates. If you don't train the body from the deep inside out and get all those muscles in here that take the message first to work, and you're trying to work from the outside in, it doesn't work as well. It's going to make you more frustrated. You can get injured. And so you could have spasticity in some of those deep rotating muscles that keep your spine a little more rotated. Which, if your spine is rotated, your pelvic is rotating, the foot's out, and more chance of getting the hyperextended knee. So, I hope this makes sense. I hope it helps. Look at my other videos. Look at the books I have put so much anatomy in the books to help you guys learn, because knowledge is power. If you can, you don't have to learn every muscle to a T like someone in physical therapy or training should do, but if you can look and see the anatomy and kind of go, okay, that makes sense. When you go to exercise, it will make sense. For example, this muscle and these muscles, that's good posture right there. So right now, I'm in good posture. I'm doing this, all these muscles are following along with me. So that means these deep core muscles are imbalanced, weak, maybe have spasticity, whatever it is for you, it's not lined up right. So you need to get those muscles and all those deep muscles in that structure to line up. Like I said in the beginning, that psoas muscle. The psoas muscle attaches at the 4 of the 5 lumbar vertebrae. That's your low back. It starts in your low back, crosses through the midline of your body, through the pelvic, and attaches at the front, attaches at the thigh bone. It goes from the back to the front. So if you have that muscle kind of in spasticity pulling, it's throwing all kinds of things off. And that psoas is so important in everything we do. It's like they're all good muscles, but it's a major muscle for movement. So I hope this gives you some kind of more awareness to help with the foot drop, the hyperextended knee, the foot turning out, the foot drag, or drop foot. It's called foot drop, drop foot. I heard it said in all different ways. And also if you have the AFOs, they are great to a point. I'm not telling you guys to take them off. You follow your therapist, you follow your doctors, you follow your gut. You say safe first. But sometimes the AFOs, all the muscles that would do the job the AFO is doing cannot get stronger if you're wearing it. So depending on my clients when I'm with them and who they are and their condition, some of them may take them off in their training, others won't. It depends on their situation. And the more you learn your body and understand movement and know your safety and your surroundings, you can guide yourself better. Or your caregivers, or your family, your husbands, wives, sisters, brothers, if you're fortunate enough to have someone with you. Some of you guys don't. I know that. I would probably be alone if I had it because I don't have a spouse right now. So I know that feeling. So if you're fortunate to have someone with you, you can have them help you with things too. So besides that point, get your body, core, stabilize hips, stabilize your rib cage, your diaphragm, your hips. Then the limbs, whether you're working your arms or legs, have more of a chance to come back and get your posture straight. Remember, brain, spinal cord. The brain sends messages to your spinal cord, then it moves out to your body. If your body is in poor posture, the communication between the brain and the spinal cord can not work as well. It gets compromised because the spinal cord's twisted like that too. You want to get up tall. So work from the inside out. Think of babies, like I say this and everything, when the babies learn to walk, they're not trying to walk with their feet. They're standing, holding on to something and trying to learn to stand from their core. They're building their body naturally, going from the brain to the core to the limbs. I feel when I work with clients, and I've seen with my clients and my clients that need to work on fall prevention, or even if I work with teenagers or kids that feel like they're uncoordinated physically, begin from the inside, reprogram the brain connecting here to your limbs, the natural way the body works. I feel you will have better chance of more recovery than trying to work with your feet when you still have poor posture and you're trying to make your feet work and exercise if you're not doing anything else. So in my videos, in my books, when I talk about doing exercises to bring this leg in, that will stabilize your knee. Not sitting in the ball, squeezing the ball. I have them, they're all over if you look at my stuff. And so good luck. I hope this helps. I know I jump all over the place with stuff, but you know what? What does a stroke do? It's all over the place. That's why most of the time, it's not just an easy fix to the physical part of your stroke recovery. Sometimes it is. It depends on each case. But stroke recovery is kind of mixed up because you may be going, oh, my finger's coming back. Well, you've been working on something else. Or your leg all of a sudden feels better. Some people just spontaneously, things just start getting better and they didn't do much for it. And that is actually a different diagnosis. It's called spontaneous, I forget what it's called. It's a healing thing that some people just do with a stroke. A lot of the recovery you don't have any control of, but some you do. Knowledge is power. Take advantage of the education out there. Take advantage. You guys are in my group. I think there's almost 3,500 people in the stroke recovery group I run. I put free videos up all the time. I'm posting muscles and I'm trying to educate yourself, but the books are more thorough. There's a lot of stuff in there. If I had to do a video on the whole anatomy of the body, it would take weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, because there's so many muscles in the body that are so important, that do so many things. So I hope this helped. This time I'm done. I said that before, but good luck. I try to answer your questions for you. Learn, take advantage of what I have out there for you. Be good to yourself, drink your water, eat well, and learn your body. Strengthen that core. Have a good day, you guys. Why is it essential to strengthen the core and posture for stroke recovery and fall prevention? Hello, everybody. This is Tracy Markley. Welcome to the Health and Fitness Show with Tracy. For those who don't know me, I am a fitness specialist, a biomechanics specialist, award-winning personal trainer, author of 15 books, award-winning author, and I have made 2 courses for the fitness industry, and I've been around for about 30 years in the work that I do. I have been recognized for my specialty work with stroke recovery and fall prevention with any age for any reason, but it falls into seniors. So what I wanted to share today, I have made several videos about this, physically showing balance, showing how to regain the balance, how to retrain strong core for posture. The reason this is essential is, think of a tree. And if you've heard me talk before, you probably heard me say this, but I want to answer this question again because I've seen it asked in some support groups. I've had the message sent to me a couple times in the last few weeks, although I've already have videos on this throughout my YouTube channel, and it's in all of my books, but I'm going to explain it a little shorter maybe here. So just another way of hearing it. Okay, so think of the trunk of your body, the core of your body. It's not just your ab muscles. It's the spine muscles, the deep back muscles, your lats, the transverse abdominal, your obliques, and all the muscles in your center of your body. It's not just doing tummy exercises and crunches. It's the whole structure. Think of it like the tree trunk of a tree. If the tree trunk is solid, it's not going to sway with the wind, in the storms. The roots of the tree can stay anchored because the tree isn't pulling it around, and the branches on the tree can stay strong. So if it's a tree that grows fruit, it can hold more fruit because the branches are strong, because the trunk is strong. If the trunk is weak, and let's say it's an avocado tree or an apple tree, and all this fruit starts growing, it's just going to pull the tree over. So think of that with your body. If the center of the body is weak, it cannot stabilize your hips, and it cannot stabilize your posture to keep your shoulders in place. So for someone who is trying to recover from a stroke or a brain injury, and you want to get movement back in your arms or your legs, if you're in poor posture, the joints, the ball and socket joints that moves your arms, and the ball and socket joints in your hips that move your hips, cannot line up properly because you're not lined up. See my other videos on this. I have several videos about pelvic stability, core stability, stabilizing your shoulder, posture, balance. I have dozens of them on YouTube for you guys to understand this more. Plus, it's in all of my books. So think of it like, I'm not going to show you any pictures of anatomy right now. I'm just going to verbally tell you. So if you're driving your car and you're listening to this podcast, or you're not seeing it, you're just listening, just visualize your spine bent over, how your shoulders aren't lined up, how your low back wouldn't be lined up, your hips aren't lined up, and anything from your shoulders out, your biceps, your triceps, your elbows bending and your elbows straightening, your wrists, your fingers, your hands, all the connection to that can't line up properly. Your lower neck and high upper back is where the nerves come out from your spinal cord that the brain is communicating with, and then sending the messages down the shoulders and arms to your hands and fingers for movement. If you're in poor posture from having a weak core, because your core is weak, you cannot hold your upper body up in proper alignment. You need to strengthen your core to hold you up. If the brain cannot communicate to your spinal cord in good posture, studies have shown it can limit the communication, interfere with the communication, therefore stopping your stroke recovery, limiting your stroke recovery from getting your arm movement and fingers and hands back. Many stroke survivors talk about, how can I get my hands moving? How can I get my fingers working? How can I get my arm moving? Now, yes, it does depend on your brain. Some brains, from the brain being damaged from the stroke, because a stroke is brain injury, sometimes that part of the brain cannot repair itself, and it cannot make new pathways and all the neuroplastic that the brain needs to do to bring movement back. In some people's brains, it just doesn't come back. But in many people's brains, it does. So if you have the opportunity to get it back, the best way to challenge your body and brain to see if your brain can do it is keep yourself in good posture. When you're at physical therapy, if you're home exercising, whenever you are doing your physical therapy exercises, wherever you're at, do it in proper posture. When you're sitting and watching TV, when you're in a car, someone's driving you, maybe you're driving the car. A lot of times people can't drive after stroke. Wherever you're at, work on having good posture. And so for the upper body, you want to be up. Imagine you're tightening your tummy, you're zipping up a zipper, and you're holding your upper body up. I have how to do this in all my other videos and all my books. I have books, Leg Stability and Walking Gait, Stroke Recovery, Regaining Your Arm Back, Balance Walking and Fall Prevention, Stroke Recovery, it's actually Dear Stroke You Suck, The Journey of Fitness Trainer and Stroke Survivor, The Stroke of an Artist. I have books out there on stroke, on posture, and core, and anatomy. If you understand the education of this and understand the body's functioning and the ability of movement, you may be the stroke survivor that can gain these movements back. Okay, now we're going to move down and think of your hips. If you're slouching, if you're sitting in a chair or even in your wheelchair, you haven't been able to stand up, you can't stand up well, or you can't walk, so you sit in your wheelchair. If you're sitting in your wheelchair and one hip is lower than the other and you're all sloppy sitting, leaning to one side, when you go to stand up, you will not have the strength in your core to hold your hips in place. You need to strengthen your core by holding on to a bar. Like, look at my videos on using a bar and a wall. Look at my books. Look at everything I have about this. Because if your brain has the ability and the brain damage isn't permanent in that spot for recovering, you need to hold on to that bar and a wall for safety and practice standing up tall and engaging that abs. Like when you see babies holding on to something, trying to stand up all the time until they learn this, to be strong enough to hold their body up to stand. Then they try to walk. They don't try to walk before they can stand. So look at my books and my videos on that if you really want to understand this. Because if you understand it and your brain's able to, why not reach out and learn these things? So again, think of the core, your tummy, your spine, the middle of your body. Think of that as your tree trunk. They used to call it the trunk, the body. Think of the center of your body as the trunk. If the hips and the low back is slouched, sideways, twisted, one hip's always higher than the other when you're sitting and you're leaning, your hips will not be even. Your hips will be uneven because they're on a tilt, which means all the muscles and joints and ligaments and fascia and tendons from your hips down are not lining up, which means hip flexion, extending the leg, bending the leg, stepping out with a foot, lifting up your leg, lowering your leg, all the things you need for walking and standing in everyday activity. The core is essential. So when you ask me, why is it so essential? It is essential. It is essential. It's like, think of this. Here's another vision, and you probably heard me say this too. And I think I've written this in my books. Think of in your garage, you have 3 boxes. And we'll say the 3 boxes of books, and you're piling them up, all the same size box. They weigh about the same, 3 size boxes piled up evening. It's pretty good. But if you take that middle box, you pull some of those books out, and it's kind of mushy because now it's weaker, that top box is going to start collapsing. And that's going to make the bottom one kind of collapse too. And it's going to throw everything off. That center box, your core needs to be strong to keep the upper body, the upper box steady, or it's going to fall off. If the upper box is hanging, move forward and it's hanging over the edge, like as if you're in poor posture, that's more of a chance that's going to fall forward. So you want to work on your core. Practice standing up tall, abs in, connection to your abs. If you're doing your arm exercises for, like I mentioned earlier, sitting at your coffee table, your dining room table, and you're practicing trying to fold a towel or squeezing a ball or doing the hand exercise where people bring their fingers to the thumb and open their hands up all the way. All the different exercises, there's so many of them out there. Make sure you're in good posture. If you're rounded over doing your exercises and you're keeping everything tight and rounded, you're training the body to stay that way. Our bodies are smart. Yes, I know when our brain and brain damage is interfering, it doesn't feel as smart, but it wants to heal itself. And if it can, you need to try to give it the challenge, the option to do it. So if your body sits in a chair or a wheelchair, slouched down with one hip, one side of the wheelchair and the other hip lowering, and your hips are like this the whole time, our bodies, like I say, it's smart. It will be stronger in the position you stay in more. So if you're sitting in that wheelchair or a chair or a recliner, or you're sitting somewhere, and this is for stroke survivors, fall prevention, seniors, any age, our backs are hurting, or we can't, we're having fall issues, or we're having balance issues. If you're sitting most of the day or more of the time of your life each day is in a position with your spine is sloppy to one side, sloppy rounded this way, rounded over, in any kind of poor posture, that's going to be the strength your brain's going to think is your strong point. What you stay in longer is what the brain will think is your strong point. So if you try to stay in good posture, if you're in a wheelchair, try to get a steadier cushion, because a lot of times they just sink in them. Put things by your side if you find yourself leaning. Work on your posture. It is essential, and those are the reasons why. You need to stabilize the center of the body so you can stabilize the upper body, so you can stabilize your shoulder joint, so your shoulder joint can be stable, so your arms can move properly. Same with your hips. You need to stabilize your hips, stabilize your spine, so your legs can move properly. If you have dropped foot, if you're working on your spatial awareness, at any age you're tripping and falling for whatever reason, maybe you have an old injury, maybe you have MS, maybe you've had a stroke, maybe you're just getting older and you're realizing you're tripping on things. Get your core strong, because you get that posture strong, and work on your balance. Look at my other videos, get my books. I've tried to put my books in all in large print so they're easy to read. I have exercises in them, anatomy illustrations. I share just the things I'm also saying here to you guys. Use them as a reminder. Put them up and remind yourself. Because it's, again, center of the body strong, the shoulder joints can line up. Your arms can move. The ball and sockets lined up to move. Same thing with your hips. Core is strong, line up your hips. The ball and socket of your hip joints can move. And like I was saying before, if you're working on foot drop or leg turnout or spatial awareness, when you find yourself tripping going up a curb, or you can't step over the items on the ground very well, you're tripping now, you're tripping on things on your floor. You don't have awareness to where your feet are in space and control anymore. That is when you need fall prevention. Strengthening your core is an essential part of fall prevention. So there you guys go. Again, this is Tracy Markley with the Health and Fitness Show with Tracy. I'm tracymarkley.com, www.tracymarkley.com. My books are on Amazon at amazon.com/author/Tracy Markley. And if you go to my website, all the links to Amazon, or you get books on my website. I have a membership. I have a newsletter. I have some videos on there. I have many videos on this YouTube channel, or wherever you're watching this. If you're watching this on Instagram, or if you're watching it on TikTok, if you're watching it on Facebook, head over to Instagram. Head over to my YouTube channel. It's Tracy L. Markley Fitness, author. But every link to all my social media is on my website. Watch the videos and learn. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. If you're looking for the answers, because I have to say this before we go, I have seen people in some of the stroke support groups saying, what is the number one best exercise for this? What is the best exercise for this? There is not one best exercise for anything. You can't say, yes, your bicep curls work your biceps, but not like if you're trying to learn to stand, you're trying to learn to walk, you're trying to fix drop foot, that's just a one thing. There are so many muscles involved in the movements that we make that you can't rely on just one exercise to give you a quick fix. Even if you're working on your bicep, if you're in poor posture and your shoulder joints all rounded over, where all your bicep attached, you're not going to get good workout, and you're probably going to get a rotator cuff injury or some kind of injury around the tendons of your bicep because you're not in proper alignment in that joint and where the muscles of that bicep attaches. So any muscle, any part of your body you want to strengthen your core. Your body begins movement from the inside out. Train from the inside out. I hope this helps you. Again, Tracy Markley, you guys have a good day. Drink your water, be kind to yourself, and don't look for quick fixes, because there's usually not a quick fix. It's a pieces and pieces of all kinds of things that go in there. Okay, you guys, have a good day. This is your transverse muscle, the deep ab muscle. I always say abs in, engage your core, zip up. Imagine you're zipping up a zipper and you feel yourself going on. So imagine you're putting on a girdle. Imagine this is a girdle and you're wrapping around your body, whether you're male or female, and you're zipping up that zipper. And as you zip up that zipper, it pulls you up tall. So if I'm sitting like this and I'm imagining pulling my abs in, I'm sitting up tall and gaining good posture from going here, not throwing my shoulders back. When your core is stable, it stabilizes your pelvic, which helps build your glutes, so your glutes can build better. It helps it so you can strengthen your legs better for walking and standing and having good spatial awareness and where your feet are in space when you're taking steps. Also, if you're working on foot drop or your foot turns out, if you're weak in here, you're not going to be able to get your leg stable enough to bring that leg in. So if your foot's turned out, it's turning out from your hip, and you got to get your legs stable. Hi, I'm Tracy Markley, and I'm bringing you another video to help you out. Stroke survivors have reached out to me. I've had many private messages on Facebook and phone calls from survivors that have seen me on Facebook, read my books, or somehow has had a connection to me and my work. So one of the questions I've been getting a lot of the last couple of weeks is about the hands and the movement of the fingers and getting the movement back or the speed back, and helping it open back up again from the spasticity, and also the arms. If you watch my other videos on this YouTube channel, you'll see that I talk a lot about muscles and posture and the core muscles. And I will go over just a brief of it right now, but see my other videos, because this structure in the body, this structure needs to be strong to hold your body up. So if this is weak and you're here, it's going to be hard to hold the structure up, as well as it's going to keep your head in front of your hips, which makes you more prone to fall over with your balance. So, but watch other videos, you'll learn more. One of the things I want to share, which is also, most of it's in other videos, but if you can see here, right around this area, right in here, you got your cervical vertebrae, your thoracic vertebrae, and your lumbar vertebrae. There's 7 cervical, 12 thoracic, and 5 lumbar. If you want to remember it, you eat breakfast at 7, lunch at 12, dinner at 5. That's how I remembered it in school. Anyway, but what I wanted to point out today is about around C7, that's where the nerves come into the arm and the hands. So when we go back to posture now, if you're hunched over here, you're putting a lot of pressure in this area that can possibly stop or slow down connecting to the nerves, activating properly in the hands again after a stroke, the communication. So it's like if you've heard people talk about having sciatica pain, the sciatica nerves comes between the 4th and 5th lumbar vertebrae down in here, which is about in here, and that's the nerves that come down. They help move your legs. Most of us hear about the sciatica nerve because people have pain. But if people have bad posture hanging off their spine, or they've been really tight in here from sitting for so long, it will put pressure on those vertebrae that affect that nerve. So think of that same thing when you're trying to get new pathways to your hands and arms to get that spasticity out or movement or getting speed back. If your posture is bad and your head's hanging forward, it's gonna work against you. So posture, get your core engaged, get your core activated and strong. Your core is deep, these deep muscles in here, which I have videos about this, deep muscles in here, and then also your glutes. So this is the back of it though. So this area of your body is your core. All these muscles help you walk, help you move, help you function. So here's the glute muscles. That's the back end, looking like where your spine ends. Here's your sacrum. After the lumbar vertebrae, you have the sacrum, the sacroiliac joint, and your glute muscles. And under there, you have the piriformis and some of the rotating muscles that help rotate your leg out and in. So just remember these while you're doing your exercises. So when you're working on getting your hands and movement back, keep this engaged. Imagine you're putting a tight girdle. This is nice and strong, and you're keeping this strong so you're upright as you work on your hands. Now, a few more tips with the hands. And I shared this a little bit in the video and previously too. Normally, you're going to have one hand that still works like it used to, and the other one's not communicating a movement like you want. I have my clients really focus on the hand that's moving in the moment, sitting up tall, keeping those abs engaged, and work on looking at that hand, opening and closing, just trying to connect to it, feel what it feels like to move. Try not to clench it so much because it already is wanting to clench. You want it to open more. So work on opening it, spreading those fingers, close your eyes, feel yourself connecting to it, visualize in your mind the hand opening and really connect to it, and then turn around and do it on the other side. Try to see that hand going the way you want it to go. I like, if you can, have your hand to your side and do it. Look at it, visualize it. to get yourself back in upright position. If you're sitting on a ball, like one of these Swiss balls, exercise balls, if you're able to, you want to sit up tall, tighten your abs, and you can work on it. When you're using unstable surfaces, you're stimulating the central nervous system, which is the brain and the spinal column. And you want that stimulated to help the brain get the pathways back more. So work on your hands, if possible, sitting on a ball. If you need to hold on to something, be by something with your other side, but try not to be like this. Try to be up. Feel your abs engaged so you're activating things. If you're able to, get a balance pad. Not just foam off a cushion of the couch or something, an actual balance pad. This one's about 20 bucks on Amazon. This one's about 15. There's therapy pads. This one's called a Pause. It's really good to stand on. So if you're unable to stand on Bosu balls or balance discs, get these pads. They're great starters and they work with you. So I'll start with this one first. Standing on this, putting your feet on there evenly. I don't know if you can see my feet on here. Stand on her evenly so your feet are placed evenly front, side to side through the platform you're on. The hand, you're trying to get movement back. If you need to hold on to something, hold on with the hand that still has the good strength in it and work on your hand here. So when you're balancing, abs are in and you're trying to stimulate those hands as you're stimulating the brain and the spinal column and trying to get those nerves activated. If you've watched my other videos and if you know things about certain parts of the body, the multifidus muscle, this deep spine muscle right here, this is the main stabilizer of the spine. Your brain sends a message to this muscle to stabilize to start stabilizing the body before it goes to the limbs for movement. So if the path of the body and function goes brain, center, stabilize, go to your hands, the more you can balance and activate your center as you're trying to go to your hands movements, it's going to help. Because think of it this way, the map, boom, boom, boom. If you skip this, it's just kind of go, and it's going to be harder to go to here. So remember that. You can stand on these balance pads and you can face a bar if you're near a bar, a chair, something that you can hold on to for balance. Practice balancing, practice standing, abs in. If you need to hold on with one hand, hold on just light enough where you can still kind of feel the unstable surface. So you have to balance and hold in. Stay close to here. If you can do it without it, that's great too. Everybody's going to be different levels. If you need to hold on, you can do your hands here. Visualize this hand. You can use the other pad. They're pretty much the same. It depends on your, bigger people. You might want the bigger pad. You can have a wider stance because remember when you're trying to stand, if your feet are really close together, you're more in a pivot. You go a little more hip width apart. You get a little more stability. So work on your hands on here. Open your eyes, close your eyes, tighten these muscles. Act like you're putting a tight pair of jeans. So when you're standing on here, these deep muscles will want to, they're going to help you when you're trying to go all over. Your brain's going to be sending messages to these muscles to activate. You're trying to balance as well as it's telling your feet, which way to keep your feet focused. So my tip is, if you can balance or sit on a ball, if you can't yet, get there when you can, because everybody's at different levels after their stroke and have different challenges when they first come out or even down the line. If you can balance, practice balancing first. Tighten your tummy. If your arms are able to, do these really slow with your abs engaged. Hold on if you need to. Do this maybe 3 to 4 minutes, 2 minutes, whatever works for you. Balance your hands to your side. Hold on if you need to. Keep activating this and make sure you're training that core to hold you upright. This has to be strong enough to hold your shoulders in place. Make sure your shoulders are down. You're not up like this all the time. Because when you lift up those shoulders, you're throwing all this out, and you're just putting more unnecessary pressure and dynamics around the area where you're trying to activate those nerves to get down to your arms. So those are my tips with helping that hand come back. And and working with speed and movement, and just every day if you can, focus on these. If you're able to use a Bosu ball, there's 2 different sizes. This one is more like a child-sized Bosu ball, but the adults are using them a lot now. Bosu ball is a half circle if you haven't seen it. A little harder, they're harder than the balance pad. It challenges you a little more. So if you stand on here, feet evenly, placed on there, tighten that tummy, you work on your balance. Keep this strong, keep your shoulders in place. If you need to be this way, you can, hold on with the hand that helps you balance. Keep it close. You can work on your hand here. It's going to stimulate it more on something like this than the pad. Work on that hand, tighten that tummy, shoulders, watch your posture. Imagine you're putting on that girdle and you're zipping your posture up, and you're working on your hands. I have a story of a gentleman who is 89, stroke survivor, 2 years post-stroke. I met him when he was 2 years post-stroke. And we were working on his hand. He wasn't able to stand on these things at first. So he would sit on a bench and we'd work on his hands, watching his hand move with the hand that works well, focusing on the other one. And we can get it to move just a tiny little bit. But when I was able to get him on a balance disc or a Bosu ball, what happened is we would do the same thing, except we'd be standing up, everything I just told you, but his hand would open up further as he's on a balance disc or the Bosu ball. The 7th time he worked on it, when he got off what it opened up to, it stayed. So he'd open it up further, then he was done, it would kind of go back. It would go back. But the 7th time, the further distance he was getting in movement, when he got off, it stayed. So be patient with it. You may not see it right away, but keep doing it daily if possible. And you should see things coming, but really connect to here. So remember, if your brain sends a message to the center of your body to stabilize before the limbs start moving, it's a natural way the body functions because you need to stabilize for movement. Focus, stand tall, good posture, tighten your tummy, go to here. Retrain the brain to make those paths. Connect this. Any exercise you're doing, if you're doing therapy, if they're working on shoulder things or things with you, tighten your tummy if people around you aren't telling you to, and stand up. If you can't sit on anything yet or stand on anything, have something to hold you. If you have a pole or something with you, and practice standing with your abs in. Connect your brain to your abs and your core and your balancing system again. This also will help you with walking and balance and getting your awareness back, because when you're balancing on these things, you're doing this, but you're trying to keep this tight to control it. And you're reconnecting and retraining that ability to come back. So I hope that helped. And again, I'm Tracy from Tracy's Personal Training. And some of you already know me. I've written 3 books. My latest book I wrote mainly to help you guys. So my first book is The Stroke of an Artist, The Journey of a Fitness Trainer and Stroke Survivor. It's the journey of a gentleman who was an artist who had a stroke. He worked with me almost daily, 5 to 6 days a week, and he's a perfect example of how moving every day can help bring things back, because your body needs to move. But you also have to do the right things in the right way and connect to what's happening so you know what you can do next. The second book is Tipping Towards Balance, a fitness trainer's guide to stability and walking. And a lot of the exercise the gentleman did in the first book, they're in there. There's 8 exercises that it talks about. Both the books talk about get your spatial awareness back, stepping, know when your feet are going in space so your walking gait gets better again. And the third book is called Stroke Recovery, What Now? When physical therapy ends, but your recovery continues. And I wrote this after I was asked to write a stroke recovery and exercise continue education course for the fitness industry. And I was really honored to do that because I've been trying to educate people. So that was like a good end to get the education out there, so fitness professionals can help you guys when therapy ends, or if you've had bad therapy or whatever direction you came. There's all these different dynamics people are going through. I asked in some of these stroke survivor groups what questions or what troubles, actually not what questions, I asked what challenges have some of you faced when your therapy is ended and you try to continue recovery. And I had these answers that were, some had good answers, but 90% of them were the trainers don't know what they're doing. They don't know muscles. We don't know what to ask when we go to the gym. We don't know what to look for. They only train the side that's affected by the stroke. They treat us so irrelevant. And some people shared some really sad stories. So after I finished the course, and it's up online for the professionals now, I thought, well, the only people who's going to have this education now are people that reached out and looked for it. So I thought, let's take this course and convert it into a book. I changed some things around, took some chapters out, but some chapters in for survivors and their caregivers and families to help you guys have knowledge of the muscles, the spine, the movement, the nerves, the fascia, and what exercises to do, and kind of maybe what order. It's really hard to put what order you put stroke survivor exercises in because everybody's different. And for example, if your hand starts coming back, then you'll go this direction. You kind of have to follow what your brain's bringing back. So anyway, so I put that book out, and I tried to cover everything that was shared with me of the struggles you guys faced. And there's a chapter, each of the books has a chapter on muscles and nerves and just understanding the body. And they have these diagrams that always show them in videos. There's a chapter with all these in there to help you guys have visuals and make sense. Because if you understand why you're doing something, it will make sense how that's going to help a part of your movement and body dynamics come back after a stroke. Or even if you don't have a stroke, whatever your body's going through. But if you know why you're doing something, instead of someone just saying, here's a piece of paper, do all this, it's going to be harder to do it. If it makes sense, then it will make sense what you do next. If it makes sense and you understand the body, you or your caregivers or family, whoever's with you, if you have someone, I know some people don't, it will be easier for you to connect with a fitness professional that understands the body. You'll be able to know instantly they don't know what they're doing, or, ooh, they know what they're doing. Because there are professionals out there that have a bundle of education and just search things out like I have. And there's ones that just do a one-day certification and they YouTube stuff and they just kind of wing it. And in my world, if we limit our education and knowledge, we limit what recovery we can help our survivors with. So that's why the third book is out. And hopefully that will help you guys. And they're all on my website. They're on Amazon. My website, I'll give you the author website. It's www.tracymarkley.com, TracyMarkley.com. My name's on the video of the YouTube channel name. And you can find me on the internet really easy. So I hope this has helped. And hold on 1 second, and I will show you real quick. This is the second book, Tipping Towards Balance. That's me and my dog walking. I had clients come to me saying they're tripping over roots when they walk, and this is just showing us walking in the roots and help you how you can get your awareness of your feet back in space again so you can stop tripping and falling. The first book, Stroke of an Artist. This is me and my client. He was in a walker when I met him. First he was told he'd never get out of a wheelchair. Then he told he'd never get out of a walker. And by the end of us working together, he's walking across Bosu balls, doing ball squats, and doing really well. He really wanted his story shared to help people because he noticed that other professionals are getting educated, and he really wanted people to have help and get better like he did. And then this is the third book I made, and my screen just stopped. It's the third book. I think it's showing backwards on the screen. But Stroke Recovery, What Now? When Physical Therapy Ends, but Your Recovery Continues. All the books have the muscle chapters in there to help you. A little bit about the brain. I hope this book helps. I was so sad for the stories that I heard from survivors that they struggle with. It just really upset me. And then my first book came out when I was getting ready to publish. I sat down one day and I just cried because I thought, if this gentleman would have been with the other trainer who was in the place I was working at, who holds no certifications, why, I don't know why, no certifications at all, he would have been limited for the rest of his life. And he would have always thought he was limited because he had a stroke. He wouldn't have understood he was limited because the knowledge of the person he went to couldn't take him to a level that he needed. So that's why I push the education as much as I can in the industry if people reach out for it. And if I can get survivors or the caregivers or whoever's helping them, hopefully you have people. Again, I know some people don't. I have 2 survivors right now and walkers that they live alone and they have to taxi to me, and I just feel really bad for them. But that happens out there. So the books are short. They're written in big letters. The first book is on audio because I know sometimes survivors can't read well after their stroke or maintain it for very long. So, but not everyone has that. So I'm hoping these help. Again, Tracy Markley, Tracy Markley. Remember, engage this. Get this activated. There's tons of muscles in here. They help you walk. They help you. You have a muscle in here that helps you lift your legs, which you need for walking. You have the glute muscles I showed you. They help this part of walking, bringing your leg back. They help stabilize your hips. They help stabilize your rib cage, which your rib cage helps hold you up and get your shoulders stable. So remember, don't have your shoulders in your ears. Keep them down. Keep your abs pulled in. Stand up tall whenever you can and go to here. Imagine you're putting on a tight pair of jeans. You're zipping up a zipper like you're putting on a girdle, and retrain the brain to connect here as you're getting these stronger. And any exercise you're doing, if possible. Sit on a big Swiss ball, the big ball I was sitting on, if possible. If you need to sit on a ball and be by a bar or a chair that's something stable, use that. Safety first. Use the pads or a Bosu ball. There's a small one and there's a bigger one back there. Check out my other videos on this YouTube channel and don't give up. Keep pushing through and have a great day. Hi everybody, this is Tracy Markley, and are you having problems with taking steps, with stepping up stairs, walking up and down curbs, in your everyday life of just taking steps and walking? I'm going to give some tips today on how to regaining the strength for walking, for stepping up and stepping down. And I have other videos you can watch. I'll reference through this as well. But I'm going to show you right now a few things that I think is essential for you to understand. Okay, so if you don't know me, I'm Tracy Markley. I've been in the fitness industry for nearly 30 years, and I'm known for working with fall prevention with seniors and stroke recovery. I have 15 books, a course on stroke recovery, a stroke recovery specialist for fitness professionals. I also have a course for stroke survivors. I just started that one. I shortened the course for professionals and made one for survivors. So anyway, go to my website. You'll find all that, tracymarkley.com. But let's get back to this. Okay, so I've seen a lot of you asking questions about walking, taking steps. And I'm going to give you some tips. But the main tip, get yourself a bar on a wall. I have the video on YouTube, on this YouTube channel, that actually says it is called, a wall bar. You want to use the wall bar. Why? It's safe. You can grab onto. If you're practicing standing and you're practicing walking and you're holding on to unstable chairs and unstable surfaces, you won't have the stability to gain stability. Plus, you'll be so nervous about not being safe that you won't be able to get stronger in the needs that you need for strengthening your walking and regaining. So this video is for anybody, but right now I'm kind of focusing more on stroke recovery people, but anyone could use this. What I'm teaching this is for everybody because we all have the same muscles. We all have the neurological and the brain and the spatial awareness and proprioception and all those things that fall into us moving every day, walking every day, our everyday activities. But what I wanted to share this specific moment, so if you're a stroke survivor and you are having problems with taking steps, lifting your leg, maybe your foot's turned out, maybe it drops, maybe it drags, maybe it doesn't bend, maybe it stays stuck in a bend, maybe spasticity keeps you straight, maybe it keeps your leg more bent, you may have things going on in your hips. As with everybody, you have maybe old injuries, your history of your body and your bones and your ligaments and tendons and your muscles, they were there before you had a stroke. So know when you watch any of my videos, everybody is coming to watch them from different. You're all coming from your own personal experience. So you may be watching this and you're having problems getting your feet stepping or spatial awareness back, but maybe you had knee surgery before your stroke. Maybe you broke your ankle 5 years ago. Maybe you need a hip replacement, but you haven't gotten it. Or maybe you've had an old back injury or a new back injury. So know your own dynamics when you come in, because I put a lot of education and show things, but maybe only certain things you can do. Maybe I say this and this helps this person, but this person can't do it because of what their legs do. So watch it for learning purposes and take what works for you. But the safety of the bar is huge. And if you watch my videos on balance and my bar, you will understand that. Okay, so first let's talk about taking steps. Getting acquainted back with your feet, subconsciously lifting them up and back and forth. I have videos on spatial awareness. I teach it in my courses and it's in my books. Spatial awareness is knowing where your limbs are in space. And subconsciously, like I've shared in other videos, you're going to walk over something on the floor. Subconsciously, your brain knows how high to lift the foot, how far to step out, and to step over it without tripping it, hitting your toe on it, or not clearing it with your heel when it goes down. That's the example of spatial awareness. So I wanted to tell you two things today. I'm going to talk about taking steps up and down. And then I'm also going to tell you about how to help you learn to walk again. Okay? So first, with a bar. And again, I teach this in all my videos, so go watch things if you're new watching me. You always want to connect to your abs. So I'm teaching all my work. You have these deep ab muscles. You want to engage them. You want to imagine you're putting on a tight pair of jeans and zipping up that zipper, so you have this strength to hold your core up. You don't want to be doing your exercises like this. You don't want to be practice walking like this. The muscles that help lift your leg and move your leg back, if they're short and tight and bent, it's going to be harder to use them. And excuse me, my air conditioner just turned on. Let me turn it back on so you don't have background noise. Get that turned back off. Anyway, turn off in a second. So hope you can still hear me. Oh, good, it's off. Okay, so I have a video on hip flexors. What are hip flexors? And so lifting your leg is hip flexion. Even if you're just lifting it to take a step to walk, or you're lifting to step up on something. So it's very important when you're doing your exercises on your own, with a therapist, with a friend, wherever you're doing your thing, to have proper posture. Again, if you're trying to use these muscles here to lift your foot, but you're practicing bent, you're not going to be able to use it well. So posture and strong core is essential for everything in recovery and fall prevention and posture, and for all of us at any age. Okay. So practicing taking steps, and the way I'm teaching you is also teaching spatial awareness to where your feet are in space, so you can help train your feet subconsciously to take steps without having to think about it. But you have to retrain it consciously first. Okay. You can take a step right now. I actually have my balance pad set on another step because my box I usually use is in a room in the house, and it's kind of heavy, so I didn't bring it in here. So what you want to do is have it steady in front of your bar. You want to stand up tall, and this is what you want to do. It's simple. I mean, it's hard because you're doing it, but it's not a fancy exercise where it takes spending tons of money or all these fancy tricks. You're just placing your foot on the step, and you're stepping up. Abs in, stand up tall. And then you practice foot down, foot back up, and stand up tall. You don't want to be like this, okay? You want to. And look at my feet. I'm not stepping here. I'm not stepping here. You want to center your steps in the middle of whatever step you're using. If you're using, because what I use, my stepdad made me once, a wooden box with carpet over it, and that's what I use. It's just not near me right now. But you can use like a Reebok step. You can use anything that's stable for you to go on. You can actually just use a balance pad by itself and practices stepping up the couple inches thick that the balance pad is. You don't need to start at a bigger height. And you don't want to be way high up like a chair, just a normal step height or lower. Because what you want to do is practice lifting your foot up, clearing the step, and placing it back down. That's retraining your spatial awareness. Then you lift it back up, clear the step, and come back down. But when you're first doing it, your feet may want to hit it. When you come down, your toes may want to hit it. But that's where you come in to consciously practice putting the foot where you want and putting it down where you want. So let's say, we're going to say, this is my leg that is not affected by a stroke, and this is the one is affected by a stroke for what I'm going to show you right now. So the leg you have more control of, you can place it where you want. Now this leg may come up, it may hit here at first, it may kind of come here, and you have to put it where you want. Then when you step back down, you may have the same situation. You have to focus on bringing it down, but this one you have more control of placing it. This one you have to work at doing it. So you may want to just stand there and practice placing your foot, practice bringing it down, and do it with both sides. And or step up, bring yourself up. Step back down, bring yourself down. And again, that one foot that's affected by the stroke, that leg and foot, most likely you won't have as much control of as the other leg. But as you continue to just work on putting it in its place, so your brain, as you're trying to find where this at, is working hard to retrain your spatial awareness. It's not just, wow, I'm doing this, it's not working. Each time you attempt to make that move, your brain's trying to calculate, where is that foot? Where is that foot? And the more you practice knowing where that foot is, the more the brain's going to rebuild connecting to it back. Does that make sense? And so this is the thing. Everyone is different. Like I was saying, some people's leg, maybe just at first, maybe until they train more or get stronger, or maybe their brain will never bring that part back. But some people may always have to swing this leg up because they can't get the bending and the flexion because there's still spasticity or pain or something going on. Some people's brains recover more from it and some don't. But the thing is, you don't know how far your brain can take you unless you keep pushing through things. And I'm not saying that's a positive thinking thing or a negative thinking thing. It's just maybe one stroke survivor does it 10 times and it clicks. Maybe the other one, because of their brain or whatever their body is, it takes them 100 times, or the numbers are different. I'm just giving you the example. Everybody is different, so you never know if it's going to, I had ice on my back. You never know if it's going to kick in for you, if it's going to help you. It may take you 3 months doing something. It may take someone else 2 weeks. You don't know. But the more you keep trying, that's more opportunity for the brain to try to get to that movement. And that's with all movements trying to come back from a stroke. So what I have people do for working on the steps is simply that, well, I say simply because it's not a whole bunch of instructions. It may be hard for you because of what your body is working and trying to recover from, but simply it's just stepping up, stepping down, being aware where your feet are in space, always end it and start in the proper positions. Sometimes I have clients, maybe they step up right foot, step up left foot, back right, back, left. I may have them do 10 one way, then I might have them switch to left foot up, left foot down, right foot down, or I might do left, right, so you can kind of play with it. So I may have someone go right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot. And 5 times, 10 times, you have to know you. Try it a few times a day, see how you feel after. But watch my position. I'm never like this. I mean, if you need to glance down, make sure you're set. Just don't stare the whole time if you don't need to. And then you can also start with the left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. And know that it's probably going to be very common to get one foot there, then the other foot, you kind of have to get it there. So every time you end, be with your feet even. So every time you start, you're starting even. And then when you bring those feet back down, however it works for you, get them even again. So don't start with your feet like that. Don't start over here. Start them just kind of neutral, hip width apart. You're going to step up, up, down, down. And if you notice your feet, because right now my left foot's about 4 inches in front of the right, get it even again. So take your steps. Abs in still, just kind of glance down. Where are they at? Try to feel where they're at. Try to connect. Your brain knows this to connect to this is how it feels to have your feet even. You step back down, look down, get them even. Your brain will start connecting to this is how the feet are supposed to feel and where it is to be even. That's the simple part of it. It's hard work, but just keep that basics in. Okay, so you could do, like I was saying, right foot, right, left, going right, left, or you might go up right, up left, down right, down left, and then rotate. You can do work with it, but the main thing is to make sure your feet are evenly as you end and evenly as you end, so it's evenly when you begin going up, and it's evenly as you step going down, and you work on placing your foot. Also, another thing that helps us, and look at my video about lunges, the lunges and spatial awareness. I talk about when you're holding a bar and you're doing your lunge, just trying to get, so you may just put that one foot back and do lunges, but if this is your stroke affected foot, you might be like, gotta get the foot back. I gotta twist that foot back to get in place. All the brain connecting to where that foot is to position yourself for a lunge is training spatial awareness where your feet are in space. Remember, we step backwards a lot. You open the door. You open the refrigerator. We don't always move forward. So working on where your feet is when you're stepping back off of this or working on the lunge is spatial awareness, learning where your feet are in space. You may get something out of your closet and you kind of do a couple steps back and turn. We step backwards many times a day. And when it comes to walking backwards, I only recommend it if you're stable and can do it. Not everyone can do it, but walking backwards also helps the brain train for walking forward. Also, if you have knee issues, walking backwards has less pressure in your knee joints. But let's go into that now. Okay, so I just showed you this with this step. As you advance, you could do this stepping up and off a Bosu ball. Same theory. Safety, hold the bar. You don't want to practice holding on a wall because if you lose your balance, you have nothing to grab onto. You don't want to do it holding onto a countertop because again, what are you going to grab if you lose your balance? And if you're worried about losing your balance, you're not going to be able to focus on what you need to do. So if you have that bar, you've got security and you have control. So let's move this out of the way. And what I want to show you now is you also know these from my other videos. If you don't have it, go look. I have videos about standing up. I think it's called smart standing. I talk about when you stand up from your chairs. So if you're working on walking and standing up, I'm just going to show you this quickly because that's another video. Have a chair in front of the bar and practice here. Sit back down, practice here. I know a lot of people, I see them in comments saying practice sit to stand, practice sit to stand, and it's important, but you also have to do it safely. A bar will keep you safe. Also, it's not always it's the leg. People have hand and arm issues. Every time you grab that bar, you know you are working all these muscles in here and these little muscles in your fingers. If your hand doesn't move and you're constantly putting it around a bar, you're going to start waking up movement in your hand. So a bar is huge for stroke recovery. And if you feel safe exercising, you're going to do it more and you're going to get better progress than if you're trying to grab a countertop or something where you're not safe and you're always nervous, therefore you can't be focused. This is hugely important. Okay, so again, work with the chair, work with the bar. Make sure your chair is a proper height. Important, look at my other videos. Okay, now let's say you're not safe walking, but you can kind of walk if you're holding on to something. Okay, so this is about a 3-foot bar. They have 4-foot bars, 5-foot bars, 8-foot bars. In my other studio I had in Oregon, I had, I think, a 5-foot bar on one side, and we took a long bar that you use for clothes hangers, you know, closets, and my stepdad put that on a wall so my clients can walk forward and back. So you can do it with a shorter bar, and if you can get a mirror to put on a wall in front of you, just like the cheap ones from Target, you can just lean them on the wall. You don't have to hang them up. So stand up tall, hold the bar safely, and practice walking. You can practice walking backwards, but you're holding onto the bar. You can practice maybe taking a couple steps forward this way, a couple steps this way. You're always holding the bar for safety. Your abs are in, you're up tall. Using the bar to help you take steps forward helps you. So when you're working on your feet and your steps, again, you may have the leg that's not affected be pretty much normal on this leg, maybe it turns out, maybe it drags, maybe it's, you know, whatever dynamics you have going on, just make sure when you take your steps, I mean, you could just step side to side, or you could take your steps where you take a step out, and you take the step out, and you take the step out, and then you do backwards, or you turn around and walk. You do not have to go backwards. You can walk this way, turn yourself around, and then hold on with this arm. Or maybe your affected side won't let you hold a bar. Therefore, you have to keep just working in here and use what you have and what your body's capable of to keep yourself safe and do what you can. So again, I hope this video helps you. We went over taking steps, spatial awareness and stepping forward, stepping back, knowing where your feet are in space. Your brain is connecting to, it needs to be here instead of, you know, being lost in here. If you keep putting where it belongs, the brain will start going, oh, it needs to be there. And like I said, some people's bodies quickly, some people's take longer. The brain, the body, drink your water, stay hydrated. If you're not staying properly hydrated, that can slow down your recovery. But remember these tips. I know sometimes my videos are longer, but this is the thing. If you go to a doctor or a specialist, if you want that doctor, someone who just watched a 3-minute video because it was easier for them to watch a 3-minute video, and then they go to that, and then they're helping you, or you want someone who took the time to watch a 20, 30, 40-minute video with the concept, because if you have to take this much information, because this is the solid knowledge, and someone tells you to squish it in something short, you're going to miss out. You're going to miss out on the knowledge of the body. The body is not just this, hey, 1, 2, 3, you fix. There's so many dynamics to the body. And like I was explaining, when you're holding the bar, you weren't maybe realizing that when your hand's gripping over the bar, you're working all these muscles, When you have to take the hand off the bar, you're working the muscles that extend the hands and fingers, because you have flexion, extension, extension, extension. So when you're on here, your hand knows it has to open up to get around it and hold it. And some of your guys' hands are tight. Some of them are locked this way. Work with what you can. I know some people, they have to put this hand on the bar, and once it's there, it stays. Other people have to keep working on it. Everybody's different. But just know the whole body works together as a team. So like when you're at the grocery store and you're reaching to get something, you're reaching for something off the shelf. Look at the body. I'm stable, my feet are stable, I'm reaching. So when you're doing your work with the bar, you're also telling the brain, hold on here, flex the fingers, hold the bar, and your forearm's gonna flex, keep your good posture, and then take your steps. So when we're walking, there's a lot of things going on. So using the bar as you're working on your legs also helps your hands and your posture and connecting your brain to your core. Work your core, work your core. When you're working on these things with the bar, always keep your abs in. Your core needs to be stable to hold you up. If you're weak in here, your body can't become strong. And one more important tip, one more fact of knowledge. I made a video last week. It's about how the body rotates when you walk. Your spine rotates when you walk. And in the video, I have someone in there who, somebody else has this video. I use it for education. It's a man that doesn't have any legs, but he's walking. He's walking from the structure of his core, the power of your spine, the power of your core. Check out that video. I also have my book called The Power of Your Spine. All my books have education and admin, because the better you know, knowledge is power. The more you know, that knowledge you have is power for you to help you find stronger professionals, to help you work with your professional. Because you're only going to gain as much as the knowledge is around you. So like you hear me say all the time, if you heard me, if your professional never took any advanced knowledge, your recovery is based on their basics. You know, the 2 hours they got maybe in stroke recovery in therapy class. It's not, they took extension all over their body. Because if you don't know all the muscles that make you walk, if you don't know which muscles hold the bicep, where the biceps attach, where the triceps attach, which muscles make this movement, which muscles help flex your leg and extend your leg for walking, how is that person going to help you bring your body back? That's why I try to bring the knowledge out for you guys and the caregivers and the stroke survivors to help you guys know what you can, so you can help yourself if you have people around you who didn't advance their knowledge. And I know there's people out there probably know way more than me, but I always like to share what I know. There's so much to the body and movement. Okay, so remember that. Okay, so before we go, my last quick tip, I was saying, okay, I've talked about how we rotate when you walk, okay? Your glutes work with your lats. Look at my videos on glutes and lats. I have so many videos for you to go put this all together. And in my books, they're kind of in together, but the videos are kind of spread separately. Okay, so when you're practicing your walking though, don't try to rotate if you can't. Practice getting your stability and getting yourself back going. Think of a baby when it learns to walk. It's not standing up, squatting, and trying to twist its body all over or doing something fancy in one foot. It's holding onto a table or a chair and it keeps pulling itself up. It keeps pulling itself up straight. So once it can hold itself steady straight, then it starts moving where the rotation comes in. So you can't go from not being able to stand up and go right into rotation. Think of just the basics of how the brain and the body train naturally a human being from a baby, toddler, learning to roll over, to sit up, to reach for a toy without falling over, to crawling, to pulling itself up, to taking steps, and to walking. It doesn't go from infant to standing on one foot and doing those fancy things for balance. The body trains naturally. So this is just based on the basics, kind of the basics way our body learned to stand and walk and do these movements when we were babies, when we were children, when we were toddlers. The brain knows that. That's why it's so good for you guys to understand this. Okay? So once you're feeling like, safe to, move around, hold things you're safe to grab onto. I think it's great, not everybody has this room though, to get an 8-foot wall, a bar and a wall. But I know it doesn't always work. Maybe put it in your garage. Maybe there's someplace you can do it safely. Otherwise, a 3 or 4 foot one is fine. You can move forward. You can turn around and walk the other direction. Practicing walking with nothing safe to hold on to is going to be hard for you. I mean, unless you're with a therapist and they have their gait belt on you, or someone's with you to help keep you safe, or you have parallel bars to move. But always make sure in every exercise you do, any therapy, any exercises, unless for some reason you're being instructed differently for a specific reason. Otherwise, you want your abs in, shoulders out of your ears. When you're holding on the bar, either way, you don't want to be up here. You don't want to be standing up from the chair like this. You don't want to be taking steps up and down with your shoulders in your ear. You want your shoulders in place. Okay? You want posture, shoulders out of your neck, standing up tall, abs in. And when you're taking your walking, do not squeeze your butt. Do not squeeze your buns. Hip flexion moves forward. Hip extension takes you back. So when you're walking, you have both those movements going. You don't want to squeeze your butt. It's going to lock up the system. It's going to tighten your hips, tighten your back, and limit your movement. Go look at my video on rotation of the spine. I get more into that, and I show you examples of things going on, and it should be very helpful for you. So again, this video is about 30 minutes long. My videos are long. I try to put shorts in there for people to see the short videos, but a 3-minute video or a minute video to grab attention, that's what social media wants, it's not going to teach you the solid foundation. It's not going to teach you. So sometimes people don't want to watch to the end of the video. They don't want to hear things, oh, I already know that, or that doesn't make sense. Watch the whole videos I make, because there may, like I always say, there may be something in the last 2 minutes that you're like, oh my God, that's going to help me. Or maybe it's in the first minute, maybe it's the first, maybe it's the middle. You don't know. Think about it. If you went to college or you go to school, at some point we all went to school for something. You can't walk out of your math class in junior high or college or any classes and anything, go, I've been here 5 minutes. This is a 3-hour class. I'm done. If you want the knowledge, you have to spend the time learning. But I know the social media, the way life is now, the quick-paced stuff, a lot of times I get interviewed like, can you give us the top 3 things to do for stroke survivors? They want these quick fixes, these quick grabs, so you guys see these thumbnails, it's fancy titles, so you grab and watch it. And I get that, but at the same time, I feel like it's kind of lying to people, because there's not always the 3 top things for everybody. I mean, I might say my top thing would be learn your muscles, drink your water, and learning the muscles covers like 100 different things. So I kind of try to sum it up. But the thing is, if you want to learn, you have to take the time to learn. So again, thank you for watching this video. I hope it helps you. Again, I'm Tracy Markley, www.tracymarkley.com, TracyMarkley.com. At my website, you see my links to everything, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, all the links to things. And I have my books. I have stroke recovery books. I have 15 books. I have books on fall prevention, books on the brain. And again, they're all on my website, or you go to Amazon, they're there too. On my website, you can actually click and take you right to Amazon too. So there's a lot of sources to help you guys. And so I really, really appreciate it. If you like this video, subscribe to the channel, share the video you think can help people. And because it helps me to get my videos to help more people. If people like the video, or write a comment, Otherwise, they just kind of float around, and all the effort people put into helping people just sit there. And there's so many people I know my work, I have so much education and facts behind my work, and I really just want to help people because I've seen how many stroke survivors have suffered or have given up because they think their body can't do something. Possibly sometimes that is it, but often, more than we know, it's because they didn't have enough knowledge with the professional working with them. You only can get as far as the professional helping you. That's what made me want to do this work. And if you read my books and hear my stories, I tell these stories all the time. Go watch my other videos. You'll hear a bunch of stuff. So have a great day. Drink your water. Stay hydrated. Try to be kind to yourself. Watch your postures, abs in. And I wish you all a stronger recovery for you and your family if you're a caregiver. Okay, have a great day, you guys. Hi, I'm Tracy Markley, and I'm bringing you another video to help you out. Stroke survivors have reached out to me. I've had many private messages on Facebook and phone calls from survivors that have seen me on Facebook, read my books, or somehow has had a connection to me and my work. So one of the questions I've been getting a lot of the last couple of weeks is about the hands and the movement of the fingers and getting the movement back or the speed back, and helping it open back up again from the spasticity, and also the arms. If you watch my other videos on this YouTube channel, you'll see that I talk a lot about muscles and posture and the core muscles, and I will go over just a brief of it right now, but see my other videos because this structure in the body, this structure needs to be strong to hold your body up. So if this is weak and you're here, it's going to be hard to hold the structure up, as well as it's going to keep your head in front of your hips, which makes you more prone to fall over with your balance. So, but watch other videos, you'll learn more. One of the things I want to share, which is also most of it's in other videos, but if you can see here, right around this area right in here, you got your cervical vertebrae, your thoracic vertebrae, and your lumbar vertebrae. There's 7 cervical, 12 thoracic, and 5 lumbar. If you want to remember it, you eat breakfast at 7, lunch at 12, dinner at 5. That's how I remembered it in school. Anyway, but what I wanted to point out today is about around C7, that's where the nerves come into the arm and the hands. So when we go back to posture now, if you're hunched over here, you're putting a lot of pressure in this area that can possibly stop or slow down connecting to the nerves activating properly in the hands again after a stroke, the communication. So it's like if you've heard people talk about having sciatica pain, the sciatica nerves comes between the 4th and 5th lumbar vertebrae down in here, which is about in here, and that's the nerves that come down. They help move your legs. Most of us hear about the sciatica nerve because people have pain, but if people have bad posture, hanging off their spine, or they've been really tight in here from sitting for so long, it will put pressure on those vertebrae that affect that nerve. So think of that same thing when you're trying to get new pathways to your hands and arms to get that spasticity out or movement or getting speed back. If your posture is bad and your head's hanging forward, it's going to work against you. So posture, get your core engaged, get your core activated and strong. Your core is deep, these deep muscles in here, which I have videos about this, deep muscles in here, and then also your glutes. So this is the back of it though. So this area of your body is your core. All these muscles help you walk, help you move, help you function. So here's the glute muscles. That's the back end looking like where your your spine ends. Here's your sacrum. After the lumbar vertebrae, you have the sacrum, the sacroiliac joint, and your glute muscles. And under there, you have the piriformis and some of the rotating muscles that help rotate your leg out and in. So just remember these while you're doing your exercises. So when you're working on getting your hands and movement back, keep this engaged. Imagine you're putting a tight girdle. This is nice and strong, and you're keeping this strong so you're upright as you work on your hands. Now, a few more tips with the hands. And I shared this a little bit in the video and previously too. Normally, you're going to have one hand that still works like it used to, and the other one's not communicating a movement like you want. I have my clients really focus on the hand that's moving in the moment, sitting up tall, keeping those abs engaged, and work on looking at that hand, opening and closing, just trying to connect to it, feel what it feels like to move. Try not to clench it so much because it already is wanting to clench. You want it to open more. So work on opening it, spreading those fingers, close your eyes, feel yourself connecting to it, visualize in your mind the hand opening and really connect to it, and then turn around and do it on the other side. Try to see that hand going the way you want it to go. I like, if you can, have your hand to your side and do it. Look at it, visualize it, to get yourself back in upright position. If you're sitting on a ball, like one of these Swiss balls, exercise balls, if you're able to, you want to sit up tall, tighten your abs, and you can work on it. When you're using unstable surfaces, you're stimulating the central nervous system, which is the brain and the spinal column. And you want that stimulated. It'll help the brain get the pathways back more. So work on your hands, if possible, sitting on a ball. If you need to hold on to something, be by something with your other side, but try not to be like this. Try to be up. Feel your abs engaged so you're activating things. If you're able to, get a balance pad. Not just foam off a cushion of the couch or something, an actual balance pad. This one's about 20 bucks on Amazon. This one's about 15. There's therapy pads. This one's called a pause. It's really good to stand on. So if you're unable to stand on Bosu balls or balance discs, get these pads. They're great starters and they work with you. So I'll start with this one first. Standing on this, putting your feet on there evenly. I don't know if you can see my feet on here. Stand on her evenly so your feet are placed evenly front, side to side through the platform you're on. The hand, you're trying to get movement back. If you need to hold on to something, hold on with the hand that still has the good strength in it and work on your hand here. So when you're balancing, abs are in and you're trying to stimulate those hands as you're stimulating the brain and the spinal column and trying to get those nerves activated. If you've watched my other videos and you know things about certain parts of the body, the multifidus muscle, this deep spine muscle right here, this is the main stabilizer of the spine. Your brain sends a message to this muscle to start stabilizing the body before it goes to the limbs for movement. So if the path of the body and function goes brain, center, stabilize, go to your hands, the more you can balance and activate your center as you're trying to go to your hands movements, it's going to help. Because think of it this way, the map, boom, boom, boom. If you skip this, it's just kind of go, and it's going to be harder to go to here. So remember that. You can stand on these balance pads and you can face a bar if you're near a bar, a chair, something that you can hold on to for balance. Practice balancing, practice standing, abs in. If you need to hold on with one hand, hold on just light enough where you can still kind of feel the unstable surface. So you have to balance and hold in. Stay close to here. If you can do it without it, that's great too. Everybody's going to be different levels. If you need to hold on, you can do your hands here. Visualize this hand. You can use the other pad. They're pretty much the same. It depends on your you know, bigger people, you might want the bigger pad. You can have a wider stance because remember when you're trying to stand, if your feet are really close together, you're more in a pivot. You go a little more hip width apart. You get a little more stability. So work on your hands on here. Open your eyes, close your eyes, tighten these muscles. Act like you're putting a tight pair of jeans. So when you're standing on here, these deep muscles will want to, you know, they're going to help you when you're trying to go all over. Your brain's going to be sending messages to these muscles to activate. You're trying to balance, as well as it's telling your feet, you know, which way to keep your feet focused. So my tip is, if you can balance or sit on a ball, if you can't yet, get there when you can, because everybody's at different levels after their stroke and have different challenges when they first come out or even down the line. If you can balance, practice balancing first. Tighten your tummy. If your arms are able to, do these really slow with your abs engaged. Hold on if you need to. Do this maybe 3 to 4 minutes, 2 minutes, whatever works for you. Balance your hands to your side. Hold on if you need to. Keep activating this and make sure you're training that core to hold you upright. This has to be strong enough to hold your shoulders in place. Make sure your shoulders are down. You're not up like this all the time. Because when you lift up those shoulders, you're throwing all this out, and you're just putting more unnecessary pressure and dynamics around the area where you're trying to activate those nerves to get down to your arms. So those are my tips with helping that hand come back and working with speed and movement, and just every day if you can, focus on these. If you're able to use a Bosu ball, there's 2 different sizes. This one is more like a child-sized Bosu ball, but the adults are using them a lot now. Bosu ball is a half circle if you haven't seen it. A little harder, they're harder than the balance pad. It challenges you a little more. So if you stand on here, feet evenly, placed on there, tighten that tummy, you work on your balance. Keep this strong. Keep your shoulders in place. If you need to be this way, you can, hold on with the hand that helps you balance. Keep it close. You can work on your hand here. It's going to stimulate it more on something like this than the pad. Work on that hand. Tighten that tummy, shoulders, watch your posture. Imagine you're putting on that girdle and you're zipping your posture up, and you're working on your hands. I have a story of a gentleman who is 89, stroke survivor, 2 years post-stroke. I met him when he was 2 years post-stroke. And we were working on his hand. He wasn't able to stand on these things at first. So he would sit on a bench and we'd work on his hands, watching his hand move with his hand that works well, focusing on the other one. And we can get it to move just a tiny little bit. But when I was able to get him on a balance disc or a Bosu ball, what happened is we would do the same thing, except we'd be standing up, everything I just told you, but his hand would open up further as he's on a balance disc or the Bosu ball. The 7th time he worked on it, when he got off what it opened up to, it stayed. So he'd open it up further, then he was done, it would kind of go back. It would go back. But the 7th time, the further distance he was getting in movement, when he got off, it stayed. So be patient with it. You may not see it right away, but keep doing it daily if possible. And you should see things coming, but really connect to here. So remember, if your brain sends a message to the center of your body to stabilize before the limbs start moving, it's a natural way the body functions, because you need to stabilize for movement. Focus, stand tall, good posture, tighten your tummy, go to here. Retrain the brain to make those paths. Connect this. Any exercise you're doing, if you're doing therapy, if they're working on shoulder things or things with you, tighten your tummy if people around you aren't telling you to, and stand up. If you can't sit in anything yet or stand in anything, have something to hold you. If you have a pole or something with you, and practice standing with your abs in. Connect your brain to your abs and your core and your balancing system again. This also will help you with walking and balance and getting your awareness back, because when you're balancing on these things, you're doing this, but you're trying to keep this tight to control it. and you're reconnecting and retraining that ability to come back. So I hope that helped. And again, I'm Tracy from Tracy's Personal Training. And some of you already know me. I've written 3 books. My latest book I wrote mainly to help you guys. So my first book is The Stroke of an Artist, The Journey of a Fitness Trainer and Stroke Survivor. It's the journey of a gentleman who was an artist who had a stroke. He worked with me almost daily, 5 to 6 days a week, and he's a perfect example of how moving every day can help bring things back, because your body needs to move. But you also have to do the right things in the right way and connect to what's happening so you know what you can do next. The second book is Tipping Towards Balance, a fitness trainer's guide to stability and walking. And a lot of the exercise the gentleman did in the first book, they're in there. There's 8 exercises that talks about, both the books talk about get your spatial awareness back, stepping, know when your feet are going in space so your walking gait gets better again. And the third book is called Stroke Recovery, What Now? When Physical Therapy Ends, but your journey, your recovery continues. And I wrote this after I was asked to write a stroke recovery and exercise continue education course for the fitness industry. And I was really honored to do that because I've been trying to educate people. So that was like a good end to get the education out there so fitness professionals can help you guys when therapy ends, or if you've had bad therapy or whatever direction you came. There's all these different dynamics people are going through. I asked in some of these stroke survivor groups what questions or what troubles, actually not what questions, I asked what challenges have some of you faced when your therapy is ended and you try to continue recovery. And I had these answers that were, some had good answers, but 90% of them were the trainers don't know what they're doing, they don't know muscles, we don't know what to ask when we go to the gym, we don't know what to look for. They only train the side that's affected by the stroke. They treat us irrelevant. And some people shared some really sad stories. So after I finished the course, and it's up online for the professionals now, I thought, well, the only people who's going to have this education now are people that reached out and looked for it. So I thought, let's take this course and convert it into a book. I changed some things around. Took some chapters out, but some chapters in for survivors and their caregivers and families to help you guys have knowledge of the muscles, the spine, the movement, the nerves, the fascia, and what exercises to do and kind of maybe what order. It's really hard to put what order you put stroke survivor exercises in because everybody's different. And for example, if your hand starts coming back, then you'll go this direction. You kind of have to follow what your brain's bringing back. So anyway, so I put that book out and I tried to cover everything that was shared with me of the struggles you guys faced. And there's a chapter, each of the books has a chapter on muscles and nerves and just understanding the body. And they have these diagrams that always show them in videos. There's a chapter with all these in there to help you guys have visuals and make sense. Because if you understand why you're doing something, it will make sense how that's going to help a part of your movement and body dynamics come back after a stroke. Or even if you don't have a stroke, whatever your body's going through. But if you know why you're doing something, instead of someone just saying, here's a piece of paper, do all this, it's going to be harder to do it. If it makes sense, then it will make sense what you do next. If it makes sense and you understand the body, you or your caregivers or family, whoever's with you, if you have someone, I know some people don't, it will be easier for you to connect with a fitness professional that understands the body. You'll be able to know instantly they don't know what they're doing. Or, ooh, they know what they're doing. Because there are professionals out there that have a bundle of education and just search things out like I have. And there's ones that just do a one-day certification and they YouTube stuff and they just kind of wing it. And in my world, if we limit our education and knowledge, we limit what recovery we can help our survivors with. So that's why the third book is out. And hopefully that will help you guys. And they're all on my website. They're on Amazon. My website, I'll give you the author website. It's www.tracymarkley.com, TracyMarkley.com. My name's on the video of the YouTube channel name, and you can find me on the internet really easy. So I hope this has helped. And hold on 1 second, and I will show you real quick. This is the second book, Tipping Towards Balance. That's me and my dog walking. I had clients come to me saying they're tripping over roots when they walk, and this is just showing us walking in the roots and help you how you can get your awareness of your feet back in space again so you can stop tripping and falling. The first book, Stroke of an Artist. This is me and my client. He was in a walker when I met him. First he was told he'd never get out of a wheelchair. Then he told he'd never get out of a walker. And by the end of us working together, he's walking across Bosu balls, doing ball squats, and doing really well. He really wanted his story shared to help people because he noticed that other professionals aren't getting educated, and he really wanted people to have help and get better like he did. And then this is the third book I made, and my screen just stopped. It's the third book. I think it's showing backwards on the screen. But Stroke Recovery, What Now? When physical therapy ends, but your recovery continues. All the books have the muscle chapters in there to help you. A little bit about the brain. I hope this book helps. I was so sad for the stories that I heard from survivors that they struggle with. It just really upset me. And then my first book came out when I was getting ready to publish. I sat down one day and I just cried because I thought, if this gentleman would have been with the other trainer who was in the place I was working at who holds no certifications, why, I don't know why, no certifications at all, he would have been limited for the rest of his life. And he would have always thought he was limited because he had a stroke. He wouldn't have understood he was limited because the knowledge of the person he went to couldn't take him to a level that he needed. So that's why I push the education as much as I can in the industry if people reach out for it. And if I can get survivors or the caregivers or whoever's helping them, hopefully you have people. Again, I know some people don't. I have 2 survivors right now and walkers that they live alone and they have to taxi to me, and I just feel really bad for them. But that happens out there. So the books are short. They're written in big letters. The first book of an audio, because I know sometimes survivors can't read well after their stroke or maintain it for very long. So, but not everyone has that. So I'm hoping these help. Again, Tracy Markley, Tracy Markley. Remember, engage this. Get this activated. There's tons of muscles in here. They help you walk. They help you. You have a muscle in here that helps you lift your legs, which you need for walking. You have the glute muscles I showed you. They help this part of walking, bringing your leg back. They help stabilize your hips. They help stabilize your rib cage, which your rib cage helps hold you up and get your shoulders stable. So remember, don't have your shoulders in your ears. Keep them down. Keep your abs pulled in. Stand up tall whenever you can and go to here. Imagine you're putting on a tight pair of jeans. You're zipping up a zipper like you're putting on a girdle, and retrain the brain to connect here as you're getting these stronger. And any exercise you're doing, if possible. Sit on a big Swiss ball, the big ball I was sitting on, if possible. If you need to sit on a ball and be by a bar or a chair that's something stable, use that. Safety first. Use the pads or a Bosu ball. There's the small one and there's a bigger one back there. Check out my other videos on this YouTube channel, and don't give up. Keep pushing through and have a great day. Hi everyone, this is Tracy again from Tracy's Personal Training, Pilates and Yoga. I wanted to send you another message today with a YouTube video, or wherever this video will land. A little more about the walking gaits to help you guys who are having walking challenges, stroke survivors trying to come back. So, the last video is quite long. I'm going to make this a little shorter. So we're going to go right into it. So there is a system called the posterior oblique subsystem. So I mention often to my clients, and I think I've mentioned in videos before with you guys, that you have this lat muscle, thoracolumbar fascia in the middle, and you have your glutes. Your left lat works with your right glute. So here's another picture here. You'll see it a little better too. So you see how you have the lat muscle, you have the glute muscle, the opposite ones working together through that fascia. So we'll go back here, you can see this a little more. So the reasons I want to bring this up, a couple reasons. Knowing that these muscles work together for walking, running, movement, locomotion. So when you're moving your body for walking and trying to get your walking back, you're moving through here with your arms, and they work together. So this is working with here, and then vice versa. So for a few reasons I was mentioning, I would say, so one reason. A few weeks ago, I mentioned in some of the stroke recovery support groups on Facebook that I was asked to write a CEC course in stroke recovery, and as I was working on it, I wanted to ask you guys what you have struggled with trying to find more care after physical therapy, trying to find a trainer, what to do when you're done with therapy. Maybe you need more therapy. Where do you go when therapy ends, and how do you continue? Or what struggles everyone's had. So a lot of the answers I got didn't surprise me because I've seen a lot of it myself, and a lot of the things I was already aware of. But one thing I was actually surprised to hear that survivors mentioned that often they have, whoever they're working with, only work the side of the body that was affected from the stroke. But when you think of how these systems work together, you need to work both sides of the body. You need to work the full body. And so this is an example, just getting your walking gait back, getting your movement, your walking, getting all these systems working together. So if you get a chance, look up the posterior oblique subsystem in the body, and it talks about the opposite lat works with the opposite glute. They go through the thoracolumbar fascia, which is a very powerful fascia. And a lot of studies of fascia the last few years, even the last year, even more, talk about how that fascia actually, the fascia might be the beginning of movement before the muscle, because there are nerves that go through the fascia. So there's a lot more to it than just sitting in a machine, counting, 3 sets of 10 or 20, or the bicep curl. It's movement together, and your brain's trying to get function for walking and moving and lifting and getting up and off the floor and all the things that the body did before the stroke. So work both sides of the body. That's one reason I wanted to bring this up too. There's more systems in the body like this too, but this is a really good one when you're working your walking gait to understand. So you want to work the glutes. My last video I showed some muscle, 2 different ways to work your glutes, one standing, one on the knees. There's a lot more to learn too, but I threw a few in there. And another thing, posture. So I've had a few clients, well actually several in the last 20-something years, that come to me. Probably 60% of my clients, when I meet them, their shoulders are in the air. I had to learn that in my early 20s. I used to sit at my desk, and one of the girls, I worked at a pediatric office, she would come by my desk and go, pull your shoulder down, pull your shoulder down. I was always having neck and little issues in here and tight stuff. But I was like this all the time, which means I was tightening all this up, flexing the traps, the little muscles through here, throwing the rotator cuff off. So your rotator cuff is 4 muscles that come together, and they help keep your shoulder girdle lined up. So if you're like this, and one shoulder's up here, and you're trying to learn to walk, you're not going to be able to swing your arms through the range of motion because you have your shoulder girdle way up high. So you have your shoulder girdle, and you have the shoulder joint. The shoulder joint goes in the ball and socket, but if that ball and socket's all squished up and bent, it's not going to move right. So with that in mind, if you look at the body, if this shoulder's pulled up, it's going to throw the fascia lines off, and it's not going to work as a system really well. So, and you can also look this up too. When you think of massaging, any kind of body work, a lot of times people may have issues going on in their neck or in their hip. It's the opposite. So often, and often with survivors, I've noticed too, they'll have pain or something going on here, but they also have something going on the opposite hip. So keeping your shoulders down and proper posture can help possibly relieve some pain you're getting, because sometimes the pain could be that the body's not lined up right. At the same time, the brain's not getting the right messages to the nerves. It's triggering pain when there's no pain in spots, or it makes people's skin real more tender to the touch, or sensitive, or just like not wanting to be touched. So the messages are confused to the nerves. But the better you can get everything lined up, the more of a chance the brain can get the nerve messages clearer. So watch your posture. Keep those abs in, like I talked about in the last video. Put your shoulders in place. Don't put them in place by pulling your shoulders back. If you look at the last video, we talked about keeping your abs in, sitting up tall from a nice strong core, and just placing your shoulders in place. So think of that positioning as you're walking on the treadmill, as you're walking down the street, if you walk with a walker, if you walk with a cane. I know it's hard sometimes because you want to be this way, or they make you lean and support, and sometimes it's a safety mechanism. You feel safer tightening things up, but try to work on strengthening this part of your body lined up, because it's going to help continuing down for the system to flow, for the movements to flow, to get your walking gait back. And it may help relieve some pain too, get the pain, the nerves balanced out. So that's what I wanted to share with you guys. This, if you look at the fascia lines too, this is a picture I took off the internet because I don't have one of my own. If you look at the blue line going from like the shoulder area, the lats, through the fascia and through here, even down the side, you'll see how it works together. So whatever's going on up here, it's going to affect down there. It's going to throw your pelvic out, low back pain, hip pain, foot issues. Probably harder to get that walking gait back with the foot dropping, fixing the foot drop, if your shoulders are in your ear. So work on that, and remember that in your routine. If you're sitting or standing, balancing Bosu ball disc, sitting on the ball like I showed in the last video, and maybe you can do bicep curls on that disc, or bicep curls standing in the Bosu or sitting on the ball, keep your shoulders down. Don't be like this. Make sure you're in good alignment for whatever it is you're doing with your exercise. If you're home doing, picking pins up or doing hand exercises to work on spasticity, whatever you have with therapy, make sure you're in good posture, because that will help everything come back. So I hope, again, this video helps you too. Again, I'm Tracy Markley from Tracy's Personal Training, Pilates and Yoga. My website is www.tracy, the letter S as in Sam, and then personaltraining.com. So it's tracyspersonaltraining.com, no E in my name. I've written 2 books, The Stroke of an Artist, The Journey of a Fitness Trainer and Stroke Survivor. It was about a client I've had who's had a stroke, who I was with 5 to 6 days of work training and working with him through Pilates and different things in his recovery. Perfect example of how if you do something every day, things come back better, especially if you're getting the posture right and everything along with it. It's a very encouraging journey in a book. It's also an audio. And my second book was Tipping Towards Balance, Tipping Towards Balance, A Fitness Trainer's Guide to Building Walking. And my third book will be out soon. It's about the brain. So I hope this has helped you. And good luck. Watch my other videos. Follow me on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel. Click like on the videos. And I wish you guys continued great recovery. Don't give up. Don't quit. Watch your posture. Stay engaged. Keep going. Be persistent. Be consistent. And I will keep making videos as time goes on. Okay? Have a good night. Hi, I'm Tracy Markley from Tracy's Personal Training, Pilates and Yoga. And I have been speaking to some of you guys who are going through stroke recovery. and I've made a few videos, and I've had many messages asking me to do some more. So I am going to do a little more for you. I just got new lighting. My last video wasn't completely clear, so I'm working on learning all the technical parts. So this is my first video with my new light setup, so we'll see how that works. And so today I'm going to go over a little bit about balancing on the balance disc, which is a green one, the Bosu ball, which is a blue one, and also doing some exercises with the Swiss ball. All these props are unstable surfaces, which means when you're on them, you have to be challenged with your balancing muscles, and your brain and spinal column, which is your central nervous system, gets stimulated. And most of us need this work to help our core be strong and help keep our brain active, helps with sports. And when people have neurological challenges or recovering from a stroke, it's really essential that you add this kind of props to your program, because as you're stimulating your central nervous system and working on maybe your spasticity in your hand or your legs, or learning to fix that drop foot, these really play a really important role in it. I've had a lot of success with clients. I've written 2 books. One is called The Stroke of an Artist, The Journey of a Fitness Trainer and a Stroke Survivor. And it is a gentleman I met when he was 6 months post-stroke, as he walked into the gym in a walker. And by 3 years post-stroke, he was walking across 4 or 5 Bosu balls. He was able to participate 3 days a week in full mat Pilates classes. That was not how he started, and it was a slow progress, but he was somebody who exercised almost every single day. And he was an excellent example of how movement every day and being persistent brings back movements that you've lost, that people lose when they have strokes. So you don't gain so much back if you just sporadically do exercises, do something half hour once a week. You need to work on it every day. Although there are people in recovery that they come back really quick. There's a name for that. They call it something miracle. That some people's strokes just heal quickly. In really short time, just like in a couple weeks, they don't have any symptoms left, or a month. That's not always because they worked really hard to get it back. That's something in their brain that just shifted quicker to recover, because everyone recovers differently. So today, I'm going to talk a little bit about balancing. I'm going to go over a little bit of muscles. And I don't have shoes on. It's best if your shoes are on when you're balancing on the disc. The Bosu ball depends on you. The shoes give you a little more ankle support. And so do what you feel is best. Everyone's at different levels. Some people will be able to sit on a ball like this freely. Some will have struggles. You have to honor where you are in your recovery and work with that. So today, we went over this little in the last video. This is called a Swiss ball. Some people call it an exercise ball. The last few years, it gets called a Pilates ball or yoga ball, but basically it's a big ball, and you can sit on it. And when you're sitting on it, you zip up your tummy like you're sitting up nice and tall. You want your posture tall. You don't want to be like this. You don't want your legs wrapped on the ball. You don't want your legs out here. You want to sit up nice and tall, where your shin bones are straight up and down, and you're not touching the ball with your calves. You don't want to be wrapped on the ball. You want to be right here, tummy zipped up. And from the front view, you want your feet with your toes spread and anchored evenly. See my feet very well. Let's take that down just a little bit. Okay, so when you're on here, spread those toes, anchor your feet. Whether either you have your shoes on or shoes off, you still want to get that sensation with your feet. So see how my shins are straight up and down, my foot's not turned out, I'm not sitting like this, because you want to get hip stability Get your abs in. Line up those hips, your knees and ankles lined up. And balance this way. Depending on your level, this may be challenging enough. You can put it against something to hold on to. If you're at home, a couch. If you have a ballet bar or something around you, you can hold on to something. Sometimes if you're still unstable, you can actually put the ball into the couch or into something so you have stability with the ball. And in time, you'll work to having nothing in your space. One of the exercises that helps build pelvic stability, stability in the legs, because you need your pelvic stable. This area of your body needs to be stable for walking. If this is all weak and loose and your glute muscles and your hip and pelvic is weak, you're not going to gain back lifting your foot as proper again. If your foot drops and drags when you walk, it needs to come back from your pelvic being strong, as well as working the foot and the angle. So, I use a ball about this size. You can use a toy ball from a store. It's a little squeezy. It doesn't have to be really squeezy. This is a bender ball. They come like 7 inches, 7 to 10 inch balls when you buy them. And they call them Pilates balls, yoga balls, the bender ball, or go to the toy store and get a toy ball. This squeezes a little bit. And what you want to do is you want to stick it right through here. So from the side view, you'll be in here, sitting up tall, shoulders stacked over your hips. Don't be leaning like this. Imagine you're putting a tight girdle, you're zipping yourself up, setting your shoulders. The ball's right here. And you are going to, shins are still straight up and down. Gentle squeezes on the ball. Squeeze and release with control. Don't be all spastic with it. Don't squeeze and pop it out. Squeeze and release. Zip up your abs, meaning imagine you're putting a tight pair of jeans, you're zipping up a girdle. Hold this nice and snug. Do not squeeze your buns. Don't squeeze your butt. Gently squeeze and release. My feet are still anchored. You may find, if you have a weak side, which most likely many of you do, when you squeeze the ball, one side may be like that. It's going to be harder to keep that stability. But the more you practice, the more the stability will come because you're strengthening in the inner thigh, the outer thigh, the hips, your low abs, your pelvic floor, especially if you're engaged in sitting upright, and all the deep spine muscles that you need for posture and balance. And that deep ab muscle, the transverse muscle, is working to hold you on the ball. And as your that foot tries to turn out or your feet don't want to be stable, unless it hurts your joints, force them into position. If it hurts your joint to force it, do not force it. But work with just sitting up tall, gentle squeezes. Maybe do 3 sets of 10, a couple sets of 20s, depending on you. I worked with some people who were still in a walker or in a wheelchair, and just doing like 5 or 6 of these, they felt their legs that they haven't felt before. So it's a simple exercise, but it does a lot because you want stability in your knees, stability in your hips and pelvic, and then through here, this simple exercise will help you with that. It will help with walking, and so that's part of working with the foot drop, pelvic stability for walking, even if you don't have the foot drop or foot drag. As you're walking on the treadmill or practicing your walking, keep your feet stable as can be. So, in other words, if you're walking, try to keep your feet here. Don't walk and just go wherever they want to go. It's gonna at first, depending where you are in your stroke, but try to focus on keeping them even when you walk. Going backwards is very good for your brain. Going backwards help people walk forward, but you have to do it when you're safe. So if you're in a walker, go safely or have someone with you. I like doing it in front of mirrors. I like to have people walk towards a mirror and then walk back so they can visually see what's coming up behind them. And I don't suggest doing this unless you feel safe. Going backwards sometimes isn't the safest thing to do in the beginning after a stroke. It depends on the level of recovery you have to work on. Some studies say walk backwards on a treadmill. I don't suggest that. I don't find it safe. If you fall, you're going to get hurt. And if you have that foot drop and foot dragging going backwards on a belt, it's not a safe thing to do. Unless you're with a therapist and they have the straps on you and you're in a safe environment and they're with you, that's a whole different story. But I wouldn't go to the gym or go to your treadmill you have at your home and just start walking backwards on it. I'd rather people walk without that. Keep your abs in, shoulders up, so even when you're walking, you want good form. You want to be like this because you're taking all your pelvic and hips out of the stability mode, and you won't gain the stability back because you'll be building the muscles in the wrong angles that work. So your muscles have certain jobs in the body, and if they're trained out of alignment or in poor functioning position, you're not going to gain back good functioning ability. And the body, the way it works mechanically and all the systems and the organs, it's a scientific fact. When your posture, structural alignment, so you're strong in this position, you're not strong in this position, your organs will work better and all the systems will flow better through your fascia. And the fascia has a lot to do with your movement and walking. Remember, you have nerves that go through fascia as well. So this is one thing to add to trying to fix the foot drop, walking ability, making sure your feet clear when you're walking. So you have your proprioception and spatial awareness. That's being aware where you move in space, being aware of your surroundings. And one of the things is clients have come to me, seniors, stroke survivors, different neurological issues, to where when they're walking, there's something on the floor to step over, they don't clear the space right, and then they trip because they have lost the awareness in space connecting to their brain and their feet to clear an object clear again like you did before any of these challenges came up. So some of these exercises I'm going to go over now will really help with that. So this is a balance disc. Put that one aside for a moment. I'm going to pull out the Bosu ball. I think I'm going to grab this one from over here. Okay. This is the Bosu ball. If you cannot do it without holding on, like right here of a ballet bar, you can stand hold on to the bar, hold on to the side of it, whatever works for you, but make sure you are safe. I'm going to show you without the bar so I can be in front of the camera a little better. So you're on the Bosu ball, you want to put your feet evenly space to space. So they're going to be right through here on the ball because you can't stand on the angles. It's going to make you fall off. So come up here. I suggest shoes on, shoes off if you think you can. Spread your toes, anchor your feet. Feet are facing the same direction. I'm going to angle this down just a little more. So maybe you can see what I'm doing, my feet a little more. I'm going to bring that closer. In my books, it shows you this as well. So when you're on the ball, you're going to come up to here. Find your space in the center. Tighten up those tummies and just stand really tall. Stand tall from your hips, your shoulders, your head's nice and tall. And just standing here, you're working all the deep muscles for the balancing system. You're stimulating your central nervous system, which is your brain and spinal column. And remember, your body's trying to make new pathways to parts of your body that's not working as well anymore. So if you have that foot dragging, it's going to help you to work on this. So what you want to do, and again, you can put this right under a bar and hold onto a bar standing up tall. Step up, find your balance, step back down. So you're going to be stepping up, step right back down, and be where try to work on where your feet are in space. So know this foot's landing here. Make this foot land here, make this foot land here, make this foot land here. What you may find in the beginning is you're kind of landing, you can't get your foot where you want it, especially that foot that's been affected by the stroke. Sometimes you may have to put it there.
You may get up with the foot that hasn't been struggling from the stroke. We'll say it's this one, and this foot may kind of drag a little. If you're hold on to the bar and help it up there. Same thing when you're stepping up. You may step up and fall. You step backwards a little bit. Work on holding on and working on putting your feet where you want them to be. It depends on your stage. I've had clients to where when they're taking down the foot that's the affected side, it kind of maybe slides down a little harder, and it may have a harder time stepping up. So working on that, doing maybe, let's see, depending on your level, depending how fatigued you get still, step up with the right foot, step down with the right foot, maybe do 10 or 15 of those, then switch to stepping up with the left foot and stepping back with the left foot. Don't go for speed, go for putting the feet where you want them to be. If they don't land where you want them to be, get them to the right position before you step back down. This way your brain and feet start connecting to where they are in space again. And if you keep practicing this daily if you can, as many times a week as you can. I know not everyone has a Bosu ball. They are at most gyms. You can get one. They're maybe $99 to $100. I know it's not always feasible for everyone, but they are really good to have, and they're excellent props for recovery. If you go look up some top neurological stroke recovery therapy places, they're using things like this all the time, and they can do a lot more with them with their clients because they have the straps and the machines and all these things with them. And as a trainer, we can always do so much, and you can only do so much at home because safety comes first. But in everything you're doing, I want you to imagine you're putting on a tight belt, tight girdle, and keeping this nice and snug, because I'm going to share with you right now some things that will help you understand why it's important to do these. So, you have this muscle right here. This is called your transverse abdominis muscle. It's a deep ab muscle. It's like you have a girdle on your body. It literally wraps around your body like you're wearing a nice tight girdle, or women wear the nice snug wedding dresses or tight clothes. This muscle keeps your pelvic steady. It helps you breathe better. When this muscle is stronger, it holds you up here. So when people have bad posture and they're always trying to sit in the machine and do this to fix it, it's not going to work unless this structure is strong enough to hold you up. So work from the inside out. And this muscle here, which I shared in the last video too, this is your multifidus muscle. This is the deep spine muscle. This is the main stabilizer of your spine. Your brain sends a message to this muscle before anything else in the body, telling the body to stabilize because the limbs, the arm and legs, are going to move. So if you're trying to get your stability back, your walking back, your balance back, control of your feet, all the things when you have these neurological challenges and stroke recovery, you've got to work the center of the body. You're not going to get as far if you just sit in the machines at the gym. You need to stand. Just standing on the Bosu ball, balancing will work this deep muscle. Or on the disc, or just sitting on the ball too, whatever one you can do, or rotate them around. And as you're stepping up and down in here, like I was just showing you, as you're stepping and balancing, your brain's going, balance, stabilize your body as it's connecting to the feet. It's going to bring the connection of the pathways and the messages from your head to the center of the body of your feet. It's going to rebuild that quicker. Because if the brain sends a message here naturally first, and this is all weak, and you're just trying to fix it from the feet up, it's going to take longer. This is the muscle that is essential for the body. So remember that, because you have the transverse muscle, you have this muscle, and then you have the pelvic floor muscles. I don't have a picture with me right now. So when you look at this, this is like these muscles together. You got the multifidus muscles coming up the back, and you have the pelvic floor is down here, and right through here is this deep transverse muscle. And then you have all these other layers of muscles deep inside as well. So think of this whole trunk, nice and strong, holding you up so your limbs and your legs can walk more stable. If you're like this, you're not going to be able to pick your feet up very well. Your shoulders aren't going to work well. If you have a shoulder injury, it's not going to heal unless you come up to here and put that, get that shoulder girdle in place. Then you can start getting your movements back in your arms. It's like a system, like the body starts in the center and works its way out for movement. So, does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So, but another tip with this is this muscle and your pelvic floor muscle is on the same neuromuscular loop as this one. So what that means is they're all on like the same loop. This muscle must be strong in order for this one to work properly. So sitting on that ball, standing in the Bosu ball, standing on the disc, keeping this nice and zipped up as you balance there helps work all that system. As well as if you're able to do some other Pilates classes, mat Pilates, and Pilates is excellent for stroke recovery. It depends where you're at, what level you can be. Start your own level and go your level. Don't try to do what other people are doing in the class. Let the teacher know where you're at. I suggest Pilates, that it's the Joseph Pilates method. And 1999, year 2000, some fitness instructors took the name Pilates, because Joseph Pilates passed away several years ago, took the name Pilates to court and tried to take the patent off of it. So now it's kind of a generic name like yoga. So not every Pilates teacher teaches the true Joseph Pilates method. Some of them has kind of created their own method and they're just planking and doing all these things in class, which isn't really the structure of how Joseph Pilates created the Pilates method to be, because it works with your neurological system, the fascias, the flowing of the body, smoothly, with precision, and working like it does in everyday life. So I suggest working with Bosu balls, balance discs, finding someone who works with Pilates, who knows what you're going through. I had an experience, which is my first book, The Stroke of an Artist. It was an artist who lives in town here who had a stroke, and he couldn't read, he couldn't write, couldn't talk at first either. He had a really hard time. He was still in a walker at 6 months when I met him. But he was someone who was with me 5 to 6 days a week. And as he built up, he was able to be in my classes I taught. So he trained privately with me. And he also was a student in my Pilates classes I taught. And he just sat right next to me, by me in front of the class. And so I can keep an eye on him. So basically, he was able to train me 6 days a week. That is a rare thing for most survivors, and rare for most instructors or trainers to even have that chance. But I learned so much working with him, and it was a perfect example. If you do something every day, things can come back. So you want to be repetitive, consistent, get that core strong. You have to get this part of your body strong. It's like trying to grow fruit on a tree that's hollow. You start putting anything on, it's just going to fall over. It's just weak. This needs to be strong so everything out here can build up. And think of it this way. If you're trying to gain these movements back and walking and different structural things that your challenge where is, everybody's different with their challenges, obviously different levels. You guys all know that. If your brain goes here first before it goes out here, and you don't get this strong, it's like driving down a road, you're hitting a roadblock, and you have to find other ways to get there, and you don't know where to go. But if you get this stronger, and because your brain's trying to send messages here and then out to your limbs, this won't be a roadblock. And so, in my experience, and in my teachers, and in my studies, it appears, it seems, it has worked with my clients, and to get the center system strong so the messages and the pathways can be rebuilt easier and smoothly. And plus you'll feel safer when you're walking. Your walking gait will come back better. And the pelvic and the hips, are so many muscles there. You have so many muscles in your glutes, which is your butt. You need to work these. If you're able to come to the floor and you're able to do exercises, such as these, if you can see them in the mirror, coming down to here, bringing that foot up and down, leg stays bent, come down and come up, abs are engaged, your hips are stable, you're not crashing over in your hips, lifting and lowering. Do that on both sides, 10 reps, 30 reps, 50 reps, whatever your body's able to do. That also helps build the system for movement, and it builds your glutes up. And it builds core stability, glute stability, pelvic stability, hip stability, which is what you need. Now, some of you may be numbing your arms or sensations and being like that or is uncomfortable. Don't do it. You can stand, and you can't see me completely. Let's get this a little bit further. So, you can stand up tall, hold on to something if you need it, tighten that glute, and do little lifts with your leg through here. So you're lifting right from here. Get this a little bit further there. So, lifting right through here. So you're not kicking up. You're not trying to bend forward. Your hips and shoulders are nice and stacked. And squeezing those buns, and you're lifting from here. Lift with the glutes, lower the glutes. Don't kick and drop. Lift and lower. You can do that on both sides. Lift and lower. Different angles. Lift and lower. At first, the affected leg may have a hard time moving. Keep practicing. Keep practicing. When you're doing either of those two exercises, whether you're doing this one or the standing up one, lead from your glutes. Don't lead with your foot. So focus on your balance, your engagement, your posture. Make sure you're not tilting to the side on either one. This is strong, knees are down, and you're working your glute muscles. Those help you walk. Those help you move. They all work together. And the more you don't strengthen this area of your body, all through here, your glutes and your core, the more these are weak, you'll have deep spine muscles, like your psoas muscle, that will try to do the job that your glutes need to do. And you'll always have like pain in here, or it might cause you pain in one of your hips or both your hips because the structures are off and you need to get things back in order. So I'm going to do more videos. I kind of rambled with this one. I hear my dog over there crying, so I had to go check on him. But before I go, remember that I have two books right now. I have The Stroke of an Artist. This is my client who had a stroke. You can see he's here doing ball squats in the cover of the book. The Journey of a Fitness Trainer, a Stroke Survivor. It's helped a lot of people. We did this journey because he wanted his story shared to help people, because he has seen people in the gym where I was working that just weren't making the right progress. They weren't being trained right. They were losing hope. So he wanted to bring hope to people. So I did this book with him, and I also wanted it out there because I wanted any other fitness professionals to see the story and maybe learn from it, so they'll have more knowledge and education from my experience, so they can therefore help other survivors too, because I know it's hard to find people who work with survivors. And my other book is, I have my cardboard thing because I just did a talk. The Stroke of an Artist, Tipping Towards Balance. You can see it, Tipping Towards Balance, A Fitness Trainer's Guide to Stability and Walking. In this book, it's not really this big. They're both quite small. They're little books. That has 8 exercises in it. So all the stuff I just showed you here is all in the book, plus some more. And it's about getting your walking gait back, your balance, your core. For anyone with walking stability issues, neurological issues, just throwing your balance off, or just being older, or your feet being off. My website is www.tracyspersonaltraining.com. It's Tracy, the letter S, and then personaltraining.com. You can order my books there, or there's a link on that website that you can take it to Amazon and order from Amazon, whatever way. If you order straight from me, I'll sign the book and send it to you directly on, here's my dog, this is Wasabi. And this book, The Stroke of an Artist, it's also an audio, because I know a lot of people, survivors, they lose the ability to read, or your caregivers are tired, you don't have time to read. They're not very long books, so it's on audio, all the links are on my website. It's less than 2 hours to listen to it. So that shows how easy it is to read the books or listen to it. They're not long and complicated. But there is a chapter in both my books explaining all the muscles, and even more here, just showing the reasons why you want to strengthen certain things. And we go over proprioception, the neurological system. I also in this book go through peripheral vision loss. What else is in there? Numbness and tingling, the spasticity, posture. He had a rotator cuff injury and I met him, and he was always here. When he finally got his posture here, this was able to heal, because this posture will not heal very well here. It needs to go here, then your head and your neck. All the fascia and structures from head to toe can be better if the whole posture. You have to strengthen from the inside out. So I hope this is helpful to you guys. I apologize if the lighting's bad or if the video's weird. I'm actually in my garage, in my studio at home, and I have a new lighting umbrella thing going on here. I'm trying to figure out how to work with it. And yeah. So if you have any questions, you can write under the video, or you can send me a message on my my website, and I can answer what I can. I have just been asked the last month to be on board of medfit.org. It is a company who is putting together certifications and CEC workshops to help get the industry and professionals a little more knowledgeable and educated in such neurological things. There's be a lot of different programs in there. I've been asked to write the stroke recovery and exercise course and the course of scoliosis, so I'm working on those right now. They will be available for you guys to buy them. So as a stroke recovery or caregiver, when these are ready, you can actually purchase it yourself and learn from it as well. You don't have to rely on trying to find another professional that actually took a course and learned on it. So, and I will keep sharing when all that's available. I'm almost done right with the stroke recovery course. I have to do some videos with it, and that's why I'm getting all my lights set up. So that should be coming in the next couple months. I'm hoping sooner, but I want to make sure it's done correctly. And so I'm on the Fitness Advisory Education Board for that program, which is very nice. Being in the industry for 20 years, I'm quite honored. And as soon as I get more education out, I'll keep sharing it. I did this video real quick today, and it's kind of long because I'm rambling, and I apologize, because people have been sending me messages and emails and messages on things on Facebook and different internet modalities that we use. Ask me, can you share some more? So any more questions you want to know more about me, go to my website. And I know last time I did a video, people were really appreciative, but somebody was complaining the lighting was bad, it's not professional. Well, you know what? I'm doing this to be nice in my garage on a Saturday early evening to share what I can with you guys before I can get more to you. So again, if you want to learn more, you can find my books, ask me questions, and I hope this helps people, helps someone. And remember, abs in, sit up tall, shoulder, get these structures strong. Get these strong. It's essential. So, and there you go. Have a good night. And again, I hope this helps as many people as it can. Okay, bye. Hello, everybody. This is Tracy again from Tracy's Personal Training, Pilates and Yoga. And I wanted to share with you some answers to some questions I have been getting in the stroke recovery support group that we have on Facebook here. So one of the subjects that's been coming up is, one, we always go over spasticity, but the numbness and lack of sensation and maybe numb toes, numbness in the legs, sensation loss, and things of that you guys go through. Okay, so
a few things here. Everybody's stroke is so different, and I think most of you guys are getting to understand that. Everyone could be told they had the exact same stroke in the same place, and their recovery is all completely different. They're all struggling with maybe different things that hasn't come back yet, or something came back quicker on one person. And sometimes it just happens. Sometimes it's because the people who it came back quicker, they've done special exercises, or they ate better, or maybe they didn't. It just is, there many dynamics involved. But what I want to go over today is the sensations in the feet and the numbness and things I was just discussing. So let me give you a couple stories here first. Okay, so most of you know that I'm an author as well. When I was training a stroke survivor, he was 65 when he had a stroke. I met him 6 months post-stroke, and he came to me in a walker. He had many issues going on. And he is my first book. It's called The Stroke of an Artist, The Journey of a Fitness Trainer and Stroke Survivor. He wanted his story shared to help other survivors, because he knows how hard it is to get things back, and the massive hard work and the struggles and just all the dynamics that come with it. And two of the things that happened with him that was just amazing to be with him when it took place. One of them is we were working on, let me go back a little bit. You work on everything on the body that you can, and sometimes things come back that you're like, wow, this just came back, and you weren't even working on that. So the brain is sending messages back and forth through the spinal cord to the nerves all over the body. So you may be concentrating on your hand, or you may be concentrating and doing squats, and all of a sudden something comes back you didn't even realize you were working on. So an example of that is one with this gentleman here, because he has such a great story. He was training with me 3 days a week private at the gym, but he also would come in and do the exercises that he was able to do without me watching him on the other days. He would walk on the treadmill when he could. He was able to use both hands, so he was able to hold on to both hands on the treadmill when he was ready. Some survivors, one arm's not working at all, so they have to rely on one hand, so they have to be cautious and be safer. And everybody has their limits to what things they have to work with their body right now. So let's not, while you're learning from me or watching my videos or reading my books, try not to take it as, well, I can't do that. Try to just think, okay, this may not help me, but it may help someone over here, because everybody's different. That's why you go on the internet and there's so many different ways to get there, because everybody's sharing stories of what worked for them with hopes that their story may help you, but possibly what they did, your body can't do yet. Or your body can't get back that way, but you take another pathway there. So as you guys watch my videos and we share, everybody's sharing stories in the stroke recovery support group that I run, try to just be really cautious of how we interact with others when they give advice, because everybody's coming from what worked for them with hopes that it can help someone else, even though their story may not have anything to do with what you're going through. Okay, so now that I've said that, with this, my gentleman Gary, who was in my first book, he would go to the gym, like I was saying, all the other days. So he was basically at the gym about 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours, almost 6 days a week. His wife would just drop him off there. She'd go to work, and he would do things. At first, he couldn't do very much, but he just kept trying and trying. But what he was doing, he didn't just focus on, I want my hand back. He would do everything possible his body could do. It may not mean he was working on the hand specifically, but his hand was assisting in certain exercises the best it could, and it helped. It all just works together, if that's making sense. Okay, watch my other videos too to help you understand that. So one thing with him, we're talking about sensations in the hands. He started coming to my Pilates mat classes that I taught. I taught a group of a mat class at the gym, Pilates, we got on the floor. He wasn't very good at getting on the floor at first, but he did it anyway.
He'd bring his cane, he'd help himself up, but this was almost a year after knowing him. So he was already going on a year and a half post-stroke when he was able to come to class. He probably could do 30%, kind of okay, what the other classmates did, but he just sat near me. I'd given special instructions, and he just kept trying. Every few weeks, he'd go, oh my God, look, you're doing that now. So as he was working on the Pilates, which is full body, core, neuro work, just like the other ways I work with people, he was hitting his body from all different angles. So that helped things come back for him. But I use, if you can see here, balance pads, Bosu balls, balance discs, and another Bosu ball. And also on the yoga and Pilates mats, usually they have little bumps on them. And so when people do yoga, I don't recommend yoga for stroke recovery all the time though. So that's not what I'm saying here. But I'm talking about the mats. The mats have little bumps on them. So when you're barefoot on the mats and you spread your toes, it helps stimulate the nerves on your feet. When you stand on these unstable surfaces like the Bosu ball or the balance disc or the pad, you stimulate your nervous system more. So it's good to do things with your shoes on because it's safer. You may need more ankle support or wherever your body is in this. But when you can do things barefoot safely, you have the chance to stimulate more nerves. So it doesn't always matter where you had your stroke. Sometimes it does. But like I was saying earlier, you can put 20 stroke survivors within a group, and they all had strokes in different parts of the brain, and they all may have tingling in their feet or numbness in their toes or pain in their hip. They may have different things and the same things going on, and their brain was hit at all different spots. So I try not to get people to focus so much on where exactly their stroke hit, because yes, it matters, it does matter, but it doesn't always matter. Is that making sense? Okay, so please watch my other videos or look at my books about the muscles. I'll still show a little bit here today, but let me show you some things. Oh, let's go back to Gary real quick. Okay, we were working one day. He was actually to the point, this was almost 2 years working together, where he was working 2 Bosu balls. He was actually doing a plank with 2 hands on one Bosu ball and his feet on the other one. And he stopped and he went, I can feel the Bosu ball in my hand now. I go, what? He goes, I always knew my hand was touching the ball, but I never felt it. I never felt the sensation. Just like that, came back that day in the middle of exercising. We weren't working on that. We weren't purposely trying to get it back at that point. It just came back in the middle of everything else he was doing all the time. And so we went up to the desk after his workout, and he got a cold water out of the cooler. He goes, I can feel the cold water now. I couldn't feel it before. So here it is 2 years later, and he's just doing everything his body can do from every route we're taking. If you see the book, you'll see all the stuff he did, and some of the videos and my YouTube channel too. It just came back, and it was fabulous. And he was also the man, I've had 2 clients with this. He was also the man who, when I showed him colors, I held up like objects of colors in him and to him, and he took a while to process the colors and to speak them. So if I hold up blue, sometimes he couldn't identify blue, or sometimes it'd take him about a minute to identify it. And he's an artist, so colors or something his brain's used to seeing. So one day we're doing this, and the next day I brought him some different colors. I'm like, let's see what we can do with this. So what I did, I said, let's stand on a disc. So I had him stand on one of these. By this time, he was able to stand on one of these on his own. So, and remember, you always have the bars to hold on to. So he would stand on this because now he had the core strength, strong spine, and the posture to help hold him up. He already broke all the habits of this, and he had his core, and he was getting the awareness where his feet are in space, so he was able to handle something like this. So I put him on here. I started holding colors in front of him, and he can identify the colors like that. So, and that happened with another girl I was working with as well, and I talked to some neurotherapists therapists who work with stroke survivors and things, and people that really study the brain, and it validated that when you're on these surfaces, you're stimulating your central nervous system more. When that happened, we were like, oh my God, this is so cool. And this story is in my first book. I called up one of my people who are way above me in the fitness industry, who help educate as well, but I've learned from them. And I was telling them exactly what happened. And he was explaining how when you're on these surfaces, you stimulate your nervous system, which I knew that, but I wasn't having people lacking so many things that they've lost with neuro challenges and then see them come back. So for us that don't have those neural challenges, we're still getting that stimulation in the brain, and that is stimulating the brain, exercising the brain. And so this is answering another question someone had about stimulating the nervous system in the brain. You're on these things, you're stimulating it. You stimulate it when you exercise and do other things too, but when you're on these surfaces, it does it more. So I've had people, as they're standing on these surfaces, whether they need to hold a bar to help them too, or just on their own, where their hands are clenched, and I work on them opening their hand, whether on a disc or a Bosu ball, and do their hand exercises on here. They got better results than just sitting and doing it. So I know for a fact, and I know by experience, and I know and it's been proven that working on these things help. So for those of you who are having the numbness and tingling or numb spots in your legs and different things, getting on these surfaces can help you. So again, it depends. Do you need to hold on? Do you not? It all depends on your level. So when you're on the Bosu balls, my head doesn't get cut off, let me take this back a little more. You can, again, you can hold on if you need to. If you're more advanced in your recovery where you don't necessarily need to hold on because your balance and your walking is a little better. Because remember, all you guys are at different levels, so just let everybody get out of this the level they are. When you're on here, if you're to the point, you can do bicep curls, you can do shoulder exercises, maybe you just can do one arm. Whatever you can do when you're on here, you're still stimulating your central nervous system. Your feet, your brain is constantly sending message to the nerves and the muscles through your feet saying, don't let your foot roll out, keep that big toe down, because instead of getting all this happen when you're on there, your brain is sending messages, multiple messages everywhere from head to toe to keep you on this unstable surface, okay? If by chance you can do it barefoot, it will stimulate the nerves more. But remember, safety first, and look through my books for the proper position and what you need to be on these things so you don't get hurt, because you don't want your feet rolling out. You want to control your feet so they're even, and it's in my books, it's in some of my videos too, but it's there with instructions. Another way that has helped people get sensation back in their feet is, if you have a bar, excellent. If you don't need the bar, excellent too. But, and honestly, I know most of you probably don't own 3 or 4 Bosu balls and all these pads and stuff like I do, but this is my gym, I have to for my work. But by chance you're a member of a gym and they have a few Bosu balls, and make sure they're pumped up good, and you can go stand by a bar, a squat rack bar that's hookable, that you can lock it, that works excellent. I did that all the time at the gym with clients. So you can line up a couple of these. 3 is probably good. 2 works too. But if you're able to, hope you can see me, come to 1. And remember, this is going to be more advanced. You won't be able to do this the first day on the Bosu ball. You want to work on the Bosu ball, work on your balance, and work on tightening that tummy, getting your core engaged. Because remember, all these muscles. I always talk about these muscles in all my books. Those deep muscles there, and there's a lot more as well. These need to be strong to hold you up. So if your center's weak and you're trying to balance like this on these Bosu balls, or just walking anywhere in your home or around town, what you're doing, you're going to have a harder challenge.
You need to get the center of your body strengthened for anything to come back. The multifidus, I talk about this in my books and other videos. Your brain sends a message to this muscle first, saying stabilize, the limbs are going to move. So if you're weak in your core, you're deep in your spine and you're weak in your core, and you're trying to get sensation and movement back in your hands and feet, you're going to have a harder time doing it if the brain's natural process goes, brain, stabilize, move the limbs. If this is weak, this is going to be almost like a roadblock to you. So that's why in all my books, there's a chapter with anatomy and pictures explaining this stuff. So when you get your therapy, whether you have good therapy or bad therapy, because there's both out there, we all know that. Whether you hire a trainer, good, or you find a bad one, whatever's going on out there, because we just know there's a range of everybody out there. The more you know, or the more your caregiver knows, if you're a carer or caregiver, the better it will make sense to you to do the specific exercises and why you're doing the exercises. So remember this. So when I have people on the balance product, I'm always telling them, zip up your tummy like you're putting on a girdle and stand up tall. Because if this is held in strong, and when your brain goes to say, stabilize, you're going to get messages to your feet and your nerves better. And it has been proven that poor posture, that also means your spinal cord's like this. Your spinal cord's in poor posture, it can inhibit the communication between the brain and the spinal cord to the message throughout the body. Does that make sense? Okay, remember these. Look at my books. I'll share them at the end. Most of you probably know them, but I share a lot of this. Knowing this and getting your center strong helps huge for everything. Think of babies walking. You don't see a baby learn to walk and they're like this. They keep moving till they're from crawling to standing and falling, standing, falling, standing till they can walk. They're walking up here. They're not walking like this. So they're building this strong enough so they can stabilize their body to walk when they're learning to walk. So when you need to learn to walk again and learn different things, go back to basics. Build from the center out. So when it comes to the feet and the nerves down the leg, the sciatica nerve and other things, you have the fourth, fifth lumbar. So you have 5 lumbar vertebrae, and between the fourth and fifth lumbar vertebrae are the nerves that kind of shoot down here to the legs and feet. That's where a lot of neuropathy or a lot of sciatica, people get this messed up and they get tingling down their feet or numbness or pain. So if you have really bad posture, but you want your brain to send messages here to go to your feet and your legs properly, but you're always slouched down on poor posture, it's gonna work against you. That goes for saying when it comes to your hands and arms. If you're here, or your shoulders are here, and the nerves that go down your arms come through right through here in your upper back around the 5th, 6th, and 7th vertebrae of the cervical, you have 7th cervical vertebrae, it's gonna make it harder to get the movement in your hands back. Because remember, the movements are from the brain spinal cord out. They don't start here and go in. It goes, move your finger, there. So the better posture you have, whether you're on a balance thing, whether you're sitting, whether you're standing, whether you're walking, whatever you're doing, the better communication chance you have from the brain to the spinal cord to the nerves and movement of the body, how it all functions. I may not have said that in proper order, but you know what I mean. Okay, so now that that's maybe making sense, and possibly go watch some other videos, look at my books, this will make more sense. These exercises are in my books. The Stroke Recovery, What Now, When Physical Therapy Ends, But Your Recovery Continues book, and also Tipping Towards Balance, Fitness Trainer's Guide to Building Walking. There's exercise in that too. So, whether you have a bar or not, find yourself balancing properly with your feet on a Bosu ball. Abs are in. When you're ready, step to the next one. Get yourself completely balanced, and then you'll go to the next one. You can step off, or if you're able, you can turn around, and you're going to do the same thing back. Keeping constant control. Nothing's about speed, and nothing is about getting there as fast as you can speed. It's about control, I want my foot here, I want my foot here, I'm tall and I'm balanced. And again, foot here, foot there. You could line up some balance pads. Now these are 15, 20 bucks in Amazon. Those are 100, but if you need the equipment or can use it at a gym, find it, it works. The pads, I line pads up and people can walk across these. Some of them may have their cane next to them to help them for safety. They're not as challenging as the Bosu balls, but they still have a little give in it where your nervous system's going to be stimulated. But the more you try to make your brain connect to your foot, like I want my foot here, I want this foot there, the more your brain and feet are going to learn to communicate again. Because sometimes you just have nerve damage and you can't get your feeling sensation back. And I don't know if people always know if it's that or not, because they don't always tell us or tell you guys. So nerve damage, more of a chance you may not get it back. But then you might. I don't know. The only way you know is if you keep trying things. But the more you're constantly connecting, awareness, head to toe. My hands are here, my feet are here, I want to step here. Or I want to step on here, I want this foot here. The more you focus, the more any pathways that need to be rebuilt to those feet will go. If you're just kind of like, oh, I don't feel my feet, or this walking, and you're not forcing a conscious communication there, you probably won't get them back as quick. Because it's like the message from the brain to here is interfered with a bunch of roadblocks. So we have to kind of force it through to make the new pathways. And to consciously focus on what movement you're trying to do, that's going to help your brain get a pathway there. For instance, if, say, like my left leg's working good, but the right leg's the one that's affected, I will have people do stuff with the side that's not affected, feel it, close your eyes, connect to it, watch it, see it, visualize it, and then when you work on the other side, try to visualize this side doing the same. Do things at the same time. Work both sides of the body. And so, shoes. If you're able to do it without your shoes on, I would say no socks as well, because you don't want to slip on the equipment. So, shoes off. Standing on any of these. In fact, I'll use the little one now. There's also little Bosu balls, if you rather do the little ones than the big ones. Stand on here, spread your toes, anchor your feet, where your body's going to want to do this, and you're going to keep those abs in and focus on my big toes down, my heels down, my feet are flat. You're constantly sending little messages from your brain, or getting messages from your brain, do this, to coordinate. This kind of stuff can bring back the sensations through your legs and your feet and the numbness and tingling. And it could also help with the pain to go away. But again, it's people specific. It's going to depend what's going on in your spine, your hips. If you have a lot of spasticity in the deep spine muscles, you're going to have a hard time standing tall. So you have to work on this first before this can work. It's just kind of, is that making sense yet? So, as somebody was speaking to me today about the feet, she really wants to get the feelings back in her feet. This is what I do with my clients. It works. Now, if somebody else was here and somebody has all these other situations going on them, maybe it won't work for them. It depends on your individual situation. Another thing that is really helpful, give me a second to set it up, is, and again, Amazon, you can buy all these things at Amazon, or a gym that has your products, or a trainer that may know things, battle ropes. Oops, it's all tangled, hold on. So, battle ropes. And again, you may only have one arm you can use, so you can only do one side. But some of these exercises, they may just be for people who have a little more movement to do they can do right now. It's going to depend on you. These happen to be 30-pound battle ropes. They're 32 feet long. So when you're using these, you stand tight, and this is the book too. Stand tight. You could squat if you want, or stay tall, but you're not swinging like this. You're keeping everything engaged, your feet anchored, and you're going to do things with the ropes. So as you're doing movements with the rope, your body If you're not holding anything engaged, you're just going to swing all over. But you have to keep your abs in, and then your brain is sending messages all over the body to stabilize, hold strong, don't fall over, don't lean forward, don't lean back, stay in place, keep your feet anchored. And at first, consciously, you may just have to tell yourself that. When I'm with clients with anything we're doing, I'm repeating, like I'm their second brain. Then in time, subconsciously, you can do this stuff. You get the pathways back, and you don't have to focus as much. But with the rope, you can make waves with them. If you can only do one, have someone hold the other one, or you can stand on it. You can do one. Remember, as you're doing things like this, your body from head to toe is coordinating how not to fall over. What does that big toe need to do to help you stabilize to the little toe, or your heel, or your calves, or your abs, or your glutes? And you'll be surprised, sometimes subconsciously these things are going to start doing things for you when you're not trying. So you may have a hard time standing on the Bosu ball maybe and doing a squat. Maybe your brain's not coordinating it. But somebody may hand you a rope. Wow, I can do this one. Look for all the different things you can do. Because even this, you're taking a 30-pound rope, but you figure if you're just doing one, it's like 15 pounds. It's not really that heavy. It depends on where you're at. When you're doing this movement with your arms, that's biceps, triceps, shoulders, coordinating shoulder stability, abs are in, and you're trying to stay still, you're working a whole bunch of stuff. That right there can help some sensation come back on your feet, and you're not actually focusing on that. But subconsciously, your brain's making your feet do stuff. So know there may be some exercises you're trying to do that you can't do, but there's going to be these other ones you can. Do the ones you can, and do them often, and get your abs in, and get good posture. Work on movement. Use these balance products if you can. They stimulate your central nervous system better, and while you're on them, you're working your spine and your core and all those muscles I showed you in those pictures. It's forcing you to be upright and balanced, which means those muscles have to be activated, which means the brain is sending messages to those muscles to activate. If you need new pathways sent to some of your deep spine muscles you don't even know needs them, you're going to get a better chance for the pathways to go there. For instance, your psoas muscle, I talk about in many of the videos and the book. That muscle goes from your low spine, crossing the midline of your body, and attaches at the front of your leg. So this is a back muscle that goes through the body and attaches at their big thigh bone, your humerus. That's not your humerus, your femur. Humerus is up here. This is the muscle that gets short and tight when you sit too long. You need to exercise up tall. Don't exercise like this. Exercise up tall. Sit up tall. Keep your hips steady when you're sitting. If this is short and tight and squeezing and really tight in here or uneven in here, this is where the nerves come to go down your leg and to your feet. So sometimes this is what is happening that needs strengthening to make the sensation of the feet come back. In some people, you may have neuropathy. It depends what's going on. Everybody has different reasons to have things going on down there. Watch your food, watch your diet. Bill Gassimus has great videos on his YouTube channel and I forget that he has a website. I share it. If you look through the things, you'll see him, and he's also in this group. He shared a story with me once in an interview we did about when the numb spots he has in his legs and just throughout his body, that the days he eats like a lot of carbs, a lot of processed food, just not real healthy, the next day he has more numbness. The numbness is stronger on those days. That right there is an example that your diet can play into it as well. Because remember, not everybody has this, but studies have shown a lot that, the carbs, processed food, possibly wheat, gluten for some people, depends on your body. some foods cause your body to have more inflammation. If you have more inflammation around your nerves, you're not going to get, it's going to change your sensations. So clean up your food, eat as good as you can. Try not to eat processed stuff and canned stuff. Drink your water, hydrate your brain and body, because if your nervous system, your fascia, your brain, your muscles are dehydrated, it's going to make the systems not work very well. And if the systems aren't working well, it's going to have a harder time bringing things back. So let's review one more time. Oh, this is what I want to show you. Sorry. This is a cut part of the spine. So this is just a couple vertebrae close up. So that's a little tiny section of your spine and large. Look at all those muscles there. If you have spasticity or anything going on where the brain's not getting messages to your deep spine muscles, you're going to have a harder time with other things coming back as well. And you might not always feel this. You may not know that because you're not consciously trying to bend it's not like bending your hand or flexing and trying to move your fingers. It's different. So if you have them and maybe it's like these little tiny ones, I showed it to you upside down. I don't have my glasses on. You have little tiny rotator muscles. If there's spasticity in those muscles have to do with proprioception and spatial awareness. They help messaging of proprioception in your body. So when you're standing on these products and you're possibly on here and you're doing some work like this, or follow your hand and work on visual tracking, that helps spatial awareness as well. If you can't raise your hands, have someone in front of you. Walk back and forth and have your eyeball follow it. This all helps with your spatial awareness. And as you're balancing on those, on the Bosu ball, you're activating these deep spine muscles. You're activating all the muscles in your core, which is a lot more than this, and all of these. And if you see my new book on the spine, it's pretty much an anatomy book of all the spine muscles and the power that is in here. This is like the engine to the body. You need your brain to have a strong core, a strong spine. It's like a tree. You need the trunk strong for everything out here to work better. So I hope this helped you guys. There's not really hey, here's the one fix all to everything. That's just one of the sucky things in life. I wish it was that easy. So I share as much as I can what has worked with my clients and what studies back what I've done. So when I wrote the first book, and some of you know this, I was interviewed by several people, but I was also, this is the book here, The Stroke of an Artist, The Journey of a Fitness Trainer and Stroke Survivor. There he is right there, doing a ball squat on the wall when he couldn't even sit on a ball when I met him. He was in a walker when I met him. Anyway, after that book came out, I got contacted from all over the place. People tell me they can't find a good trainer. They can't find good therapy. They've been hurt by trainers and just ask me all these questions. And then I did a book called Tipping Towards Balance, A Fitness Trainer's Guide to Stability Walking. That's me and my dog on the cover. And it could be backwards because I'm on my cell phone filming this. Anyway, this helps people balance stability, even people that didn't have strokes. It goes over these exercises as well. But each book has a chapter on with these muscles I just showed you. They're in there so you can understand what's really going on with your body and why you need to get parts of the body strong to get things further out to work. My third book, I was contacted by the medfited.org. They're a medical fitness company. It's a company that's trying to help, the foundation trying to merge the medical industry with fitness. Because you figure some of you guys have years of therapy, some of you guys you get cut short, but usually there's not enough therapy for the years of recovery you need. And most people are just kind of left, what do I do now? They're asking other survivors what they did, and they're YouTubing their things, their questions, and they're not always getting answers that help. So that's what this company is doing. So they asked me to write the Stroke Recovery and Exercise CEC course for their company, so I did. But when I wrote that, I thought, wow, how many fitness people around the world are going to go take it so they can help train people with education? So I thought, because literally I've had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of contacts from people. I even had a couple in their 80s travel 3,000 miles from New Jersey to Florence, Oregon, where I'm at, to live here for 30 days to train me because they've just had horrible stories of what they've experienced there with trainers and therapists. I felt so bad for them, it made me cry. So they were here when I was finishing the course, and at that time I thought, let's convert this into a book, which is Stroke Recovery What Now and Physical Therapy Ends, but your recovery continues. So I kind of reworded it more for caregivers and stroke survivors so you guys can gain the knowledge that I want the industry to learn to help people. So in here also there's the chapter on muscles and the exercises, a lot of exercises. All the stuff I just taught you here is in here in more detail. It goes over the battle ropes, how to hold the battle ropes, and talks about the brain and hydrating your brain. It is a lot in here. I suggest getting this and just learning more about the body, because you don't want to limit yourself by someone saying, well, this happened, my stroke was in this part of the brain, I was told never get it back. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not. Until you challenge it in all different ways and getting the pathways, just going all crazy trying to make new pathways for your movements, you're not going to know. So, and then my final book I just did, I have a brain one coming out, it's not done yet though, The Power of Your Spine. This is pretty much an anatomy book, and it shows you the muscles, the muscles in your spine, and there's so many of them, and how we just teaching which muscles make which movements. So just knowing that, if you can look through a book and know how many muscles literally rotate your spine, and you're trying to get movement back, but you're trying to get movement back by a funny exercise at the gym or something, this will help you understand why and how to get there more. So anyway, I did the books to help people because I had stories. If you go through some of the videos, you'll hear some of the stories. I cannot believe some of the sad stories survivors and caregivers have gone through trying to find proper help. So again, my answers aren't the answers to everybody's, but it's what I know. It's what I know is working. I still keep learning. Every time I write something, a month later, it's like, wow, I didn't know that. I could have put that in the book. So learn your body, learn your muscles, posture, good posture, strengthen your core, your spine, however, or whatever you're trying to get back in your body. If this part of your body is just weak and like this, you're not going to get the other things back. So as fast, maybe some people come back no matter what, but for most of them, most of us, most survivors, this needs to be strong. So this can be strong, just like an apple tree. If the apple tree is hollow, you get a branch with a couple apples, the tree's gonna go boom. You get a tree that's strong and thick and nourished, those apples are gonna grow, and it can get more and more weight on the branches. It's not gonna fall over. It can hold more apples, and it can make more apples. So there you go. Most of you guys know me, but again, I'm Tracy L. Markley. I just showed you my books. My websites are tracymarkley.com, TracyMarkley.com. It's in the YouTube section of my writing. And Amazon, I'm in Amazon with the books. It's amazon.com /Tracy Markley. All my links are everywhere in there if you go to my website. And also tracyspersonaltraining.com. No E in my name, Tracy. Anyway, have a great day. Get educated. Remember, with knowledge is power. Learn your body, learn how it works so you can take charge of some things that maybe you thought you can't. Okay? Have a great day and don't give up. Hello everybody, this is Tracy coming to you again from Tracy's Personal Training, Pilates and Yoga, and the author of 3 books, The Stroke of an Artist, The Journey of a Fitness Trainer and Stroke Survivor, Tipping Towards Balance, A Fitness Trainer's Guide to Stability and Walking, and Stroke Recovery Right Now, when your therapy ends but your recovery continues.
Anyway, I have had several questions from people in private messages from the stroke recovery support group we have on Facebook, and also conversations I have with clients in person, and just people I interact with who have strokes who aren't even clients. Anyway, I'm going to bring a bundle of stuff to you today, kind of summed up of walking, standing up, spatial awareness, and this balance, and how the spine plays a big role in this. I have a lot of this in my books. I briefly have pieces of different YouTube videos, but I'm going to bring this all together in one video to see if this helps bring some knowledge and help you guys out. Okay, so most of you who know me hear me talk about muscles all the time. You see my videos, you've seen the books, and you understand that I really feel that having knowledge of your own muscles in your body and the movement of certain muscles will help you come to greater recovery if you're a stroke survivor. And for those that aren't stroke survivors, I think it's great for you guys to have the knowledge of your muscles on your body, for everybody, because you can't always rely on a professional, being a physical therapist or a fitness professional, to bring you all the knowledge that is needed for muscles and muscle movement to get you into shape or to get you into better recovery or rehab from what you're going through. Yes, there are great therapists out there. Yes, there are great fitness professionals, but there's also the not so great ones. And the more knowledge you have about your own body and the movements and how your posture and your spine play into a lot of your recovery and standing up and walking, the better you will get out of your recovery when you're with other professionals helping you, whether they're great at it or sort of good or whatever you're going through. It's best to learn your own body. Okay, so here you go. Like I've said, some of you have heard me say some of this before, some haven't, but we're going to go right to the spine. And most of you have heard me talk about, if you've heard me before, the multifidus muscle. This is one of the deep spine muscles on the spine. You have several muscles in your spine and through this whole area of your core. Your core is like from here to here. All the glutes, the abs, the hips, all the muscles in the spine, the back, the abs, and your rib cage and all through here. So, but your brain sends a message to this deep muscle right here, this multifidus muscle, to stabilize the spine and body, because the limbs are going to get ready to move. So this tells the body to stabilize, the body's going to move. And you also have these other little muscles that are not in this picture. They kind of come to their little different angles. They're called the spine rotator muscles. They're little ones like this. They're on the vertebrae between the different process. I forget the total attachments right now, but they're in the vertebrae, okay, between the vertebrae. They have to do with helping you rotate your body. So when you're learning to walk again or stand up or gaining your body to get back in balance and posture, proprioception and spatial awareness, and those words mean, for example, if you're walking and you have to step over something, your body and brain needs to calculate how high to step, how far to reach, where to land your foot without tripping on that object. That is spatial awareness. And proprioception is your body trying to, stay balanced in the space with what's around you. So both those words, they kind of mean the same, a little different, but basically it's your body being aware of things you're approaching, things you're sitting near, things in your space, how far to reach your arm and lean without falling over on the floor. So your brain works with your spine and your cognitive skills to coordinate those movements. So think of when a baby's learning to walk. You don't just stand the baby up and say, make it walk. You wouldn't do that to a child till you know the structures in the center of the spine and all the deep core muscles are strong enough to hold them up. Because they sit, they roll over, they crawl, they stand, they fall. All this goes on before they even start walking. Because the body is building strength through all this, and the brain's coordinating the cognitive skills and the messages to these muscles to help the body function right and move. So, with that, You got the multifidus, you got the little rotator muscles, and other ones too, but those are really important ones. So this will make you understand more about why I use a lot of balance products to help get my clients walking and standing, or if they don't even have a stroke, they're just people who they've lost their balance and they got older, or they never had the coordination of balance. Some kids don't have the coordination in school and sports, and they think they're just uncoordinated, but they just kind of have to kind of reconnect the things I'm teaching you here. Okay, so we're going to take this and put this back over here for now, and I'm going to show you the different things I use to help people. But if you're someone, I'm going to say this real quick, if you're someone who's still trying to stand up out of a wheelchair and you're not ready for what I'm showing you right now, when I'm done sharing this, I'm going to share with things helping you guys stand up out of a chair and how to sit in your wheelchair and things to help you get strong enough to get up and out of it. So don't turn off the video yet, because if that's you, you may be able to help yourself work up to these things, okay? So I suggest wearing shoes when you do anything balancing on the disc, which this is your balance disc, or the Bosu ball. This is a Bosu ball. If you're using a balance pad, it's probably okay to be barefoot on it, but I would say it depends on your feet, how you work with your feet, the stability of your ankles, if you would even do this barefoot. I just happen to have my shoes off right now. I meant to put them on, sorry. So, because when you're standing on any balance product, if you've read my books or seen my videos, you want your feet even. You don't want your feet rolling out. So for instance, if I'm standing on this balance pad, I don't want my feet going out. So if I'm on my balance disc with my shoes on, I want my feet steady. I don't want my feet rolling out. That's why it's really good to have your shoes on, because you need the stability. When your feet roll out, it's going up the fascia and the muscles in this here on the side of your leg. It's going to your spine. It's pulling on your spine. So you really want your feet grounded and stable. And that's another thing. You want to have very good shoes. Change your shoes every 3 or 4 months if you're walking in them, if you're using them, because if you're trying to learn to walk and stand and get your stability back, but your shoes aren't real stable and you do this a lot in your shoes, you're going to have an unstable pelvic, and it's going to affect your low back and your balance and could cause you injuries, and you don't need any of that. So I like to use 2 or 3 pads sometimes. That's how I get challenged, but you can use just 1 pad, you can use 2 pads, or you could just stand on the ground depending where you're at. So I have my clients and myself, we stand feet even, not rolling out, tighten your tummy. Imagine you're putting a tight pair of jeans and you're zipping a zipper up and you're in good posture. So that means you're standing upright, you're not here. This is not going to strengthen your spine or your psoas muscle or any of those muscles I explain in my other videos in my books. This needs to be elongated up so the systems can work and your body gets strong in this position. If you have a hard time doing it, you have to just constantly remind yourself, put on that girdle, tighten your tummy, lift up, you're putting this in. If you're with somebody who's around you, helping you through your recovery, tell them to constantly tell you to check your posture, because the only way you're going to get this strong is to work on the posture being upright. If you're doing exercises with any therapist or fitness professional, if they're not telling you to keep your posture in good posture as you're doing your exercises, do it yourself. Tell yourself you have to train long. So anyway, I will do this, and clients will do this on a Bosu ball, on the floor, on the disc, on the pad, whatever variations they have, 1 pad, 2 pad, 3, or those other products. I will have them stand. I will have them close their eyes. I'll do it with their eyes open for a minute or so, their eyes closed. I'll have them gently do this with their arms. Now, when we're doing this, this isn't because you're trying to work your shoulder joints. You're keeping your shoulders steady, and you're just slowly moving your hands up and down, because every time you adjust, your brain is sending a message to that multifidus and the other muscles in the balancing systems, the spine, to fire up, to get strong, to be strong. support the body. It's going to move. So the more you do these kind of things, you're going to retrain your balancing system. And if you've had a stroke, you're trying to retrain the brain to make pathways to this part of your body. Because a lot of people see their legs dropped, or they're having a foot drop, their legs are heavy, their arms are very curled up, and they're not really understanding. You may have most likely having a lot of things going on in little tiny muscles in your spine, things that are important. So you want to lengthen this up, tighten up. You can do things eyes open, eyes closed. You can follow your arms. Make sure you put your arms same speed, both directions. You can have someone stand in front of you if you can't move your arms very well. Carry something back and forth and you just follow it. If you can't do things without holding on yet, you can bring your pad or the disc or the balance, the Bosu, whatever you're using. Stand by a bar, something that you can stay upright as you have something safely to use you. If you only have one arm, the other arm's not working well, you have to work with one arm to do it. But it's just a fact, if you have one arm that's not helping you grab onto things, your core has to become stronger because you don't have two arms to pull you up. You have to pull it up and keep this stable. So you have a little more work to do than the others. So anyway, I'm just showing you here in the video because it's kind of a hard angle to see the bar, but all the things I do, I'm showing you, you can do in front of a bar or a chair, something where you're stable. Something where you're holding on to it, you can stay upright. Not something where you have to lean. So make sure you put whatever it is at the right distance so you can maintain that proper posture for what you're doing. And if you use a disc, with shoes on. Shoes on. My shoes are not on because I don't want to run in there and make you guys get my shoes and have you watch me put my shoes on. But I would do this with shoes on. Same thing, exact same thing you did on the pad. It's more challenging. Abs are zipped up, spine's long. You can do the same things. You can take your arms to the side. You can follow your arms. You can just like turn your head or just stand here. You can put your fingertips just barely touching something to keep you feeling safe and keeping this tight. As I'm moving around, see, I'm moving around to keep my balance. That's normal. If you're holding on so tight, you're stiff, you're not working these muscles. So the little rotator muscles you need to help your spine to rotate, they're getting worked right now. Your brain's firing up, making messages, all these pathways to all the deep spine muscles. And then it's also saying, oh, move your foot needs to go this way to balance. So head to toe, your body's communicating. When you're on these balance props, you are stimulating your central nervous system, which is your brain and spinal column, which you're getting it more on these things than you do when you're just standing on the floor exercising. But all exercise is good. These just do it more. In fact, I find my clients with spasticity, for instance, if their hands curl up, I have had clients when they stand on here and I have them work on opening their hand, that their hand will open up more if I have them on these balance props, tools, we'll call them tools, as they're working on it. And if you don't have good balance, you can hold on with one arm and work with it. Do your finger tapping on these things. Do whatever exercise you know are working from your therapist, work them harder or challenge your brain more, because if the brain's firing up and you're trying to get new pathways, I believe it's going to make the pathways quicker there. That's what I experienced with my client. It doesn't mean it's going to happen with everybody, but for example, my stepfather just had a stroke the last 2 months. He was on his disc doing these he was doing all these balance exercises I'm teaching you guys on this disc pretty much every day for the last year, because he knows I do it with my clients. He's going to be 80 this year. And when he had a stroke 2 months ago, it could have been a really bad one. They were like, this is like a miracle you didn't get hit so bad. Now, I don't know if he's just one of the lucky ones that stroke didn't hit him as harshly as other people's do, because his was in the pond of the brain. And, or was it because he did this stuff every day? I have no idea, because I don't have a neuroscientist to put this all through and ask him, but I really would like to know. Because I don't meet the stroke survivors usually till after they have a stroke. I don't usually know them first. But so I'm really looking into this stuff because these really do work your brain. This is neuro work. If you get a physical therapist, it's really good in neuro work, and they use the Bosu balls and a lot of the straps and the battle ropes. That battle ropes there, really good for the neuro work for stroke recovery. They really know what they're doing, but you don't find those everywhere. So anyway, balance disc, balance pads. Here's the Bosu ball. Same thing. They all work. They're all working you just a little differently, but you can do the same things on all of them. I'm doing okay barefoot because I've done them. I do these, but I like my shoes on better. But you don't want your feet rolling out. So make sure if you're on these things, these tools, that you keep your hips stable and work on them. So if you're having issues with spasticity or just really poor, you can't get this in, when you're balancing, really work on holding it there. Have someone push it in for you, or just really work on your abs and to help the structure get it there. Okay, so now we're going to go real quick into something. All these things I've shared in separate videos, but I'm combining them together for you. So let's get this out of the way. Let's go to the chair height, and this is going to have to do with wheelchairs as well. Okay, chair height. This is one of my just basic folding chairs, and this is one of my grandma's old chairs. 16 inches off the ground, the seat, and this is 18 inches. When you sit in seats that are really low, it's harder to get up. When you go a little higher, it's easier because the more this is all squished together, the harder it is to get up. And many times seniors have a hard time getting up out of chairs, and sometimes it's just their chair's too low because they're too low just to get connected to the right structural muscles to get them up. So I will have people sit on pads, scoot them in here. Much more comfortable than the hips being too low, and it takes pressure off your spine. Wheelchairs. I had a client order a thicker pad for his wheelchair, almost the kind you get for your desk. That's a thick pad to cushion on, to sit on. Not these kind of cushions, because I noticed several people in wheelchairs, they sit on cushions in the chairs that are so gushy that if you are trying to stand up, you have no support. You're pushing off a gush. You're not pushing off something a little more stable. And when you're sitting, if you're sitting all squished up like this in the wheelchair all the time, you're going to have a harder time getting up. So if you get yourself on something a little more stable in your seat, and work on sitting upright when you're in there. Even if you have to shove a pillow on the side to help you at first. Because if you are sitting this way all the time for hours, and then you're trying to learn to walk, your body's going to be always in this position. Try to sit your hips and pelvic in a position to where all the deep spine muscles, the psoas and the quadratus lumborum, all those ones that are separate muscles on each side, can be stable. Because if you're sitting, if you're here, this is shorter than this side. And you can't walk like that. You need to come this way and walk with your hips even. So with that, let me get this back out of the way. Let's go back to the walking, standing up. Okay, you get up out of a chair, whether you have nothing with you, no walker, no cane, and you don't need that, or you have a cane, or you have a walker, or you have one of the hemi walkers, one of the arm walkers. Whatever it is, or you're reaching for something. If you're going to walk, when you get up from a chair, completely stand up. Don't get up from a chair and stop your body here and then start walking, because you're not going to train any of these systems for the strength to walk. For example, give you a little side view here. Whatever way you're getting up or whatever you are going through, like I said, the different tools we all have to work with. When you're getting up, don't come to here, grab your cane or walker, and start moving. Get yourself up, stand up tall, lengthen that spine up, and then get yourself into your movement. Because if you're constantly sitting this way, walking that way, you will not gain your walking ability back. And if you do, it's going to be weak and you won't feel safe walking. So getting these structures are really important. So think of if you're sitting and you're sitting crooked, imagine all this just kind of twisted in here. It's not going to work. It needs to be stable so the body can move evenly when you go to take your steps. And also, when it comes to, I was talking about the rotator muscles in the spine. When we walk, when you're learning to walk, it's a little harder. But if you get on these things, if you can, and get some of the muscles, when you're on there, the rotating muscles to start moving and getting some strength and little rotations at the spine, because when you walk, the spine rotates. When you take a step, you got a rotation here. If you're reaching out, you got a rotation up here. So your spine rotates when you walk, so you don't walk just straight. You need the rotation in your spine. That's why when I train my client, and it does work, I use these balance tools because it helps. You can't go to a gym and start doing, twisting things with bands and weight machines if your spine is weak. Because most likely it's going to fatigue you out so much because it's not the natural flow. Plus, you could get injured, and you don't need an injury in the middle of trying to recover what you're going through. So I think that's all I wanted to share with you. I think that covered all the questions. I hope I did. I tried to put all these gathered together from the little separate answers I've been giving people. So, little review. Watch how you sit. You don't want your hips way below your knees when you're sitting. You want to sit in a position. You can get in good posture, whether you're leaning back or not. Try not to slouch into it. Get your body up. When you stand up completely, then make your movement. That's just safety anyway. All of us need to do that. But it's a habit that some of you guys fall into, but it's also the fear of not knowing if you can do it. And when you don't have the strength, going up tall makes it feel like you're going to go backwards. So keep the tummy in. Imagine you're putting on a girdle. Remember my other videos, you have this girdle right here. This muscle, like you have a girdle that goes across your whole body. Imagine you're putting that on. Feel the zipper going on and feel this engaged like a woman wearing a tight dress or a corset or however you want to word it. Bring this in. It will help you. And remember the cushions in your pillow, try to get a firmer one so you can get up. Because if you're trying to practice standing out of a wheelchair and you're on a gushy pillow and maybe the wheelchair is just too short for your hips, it's going to be harder for you. So, and I think that's it. So again, I am Tracy from Tracy's Personal Training, Pilates and Yoga. Author of 3 books, A Stroke of an Artist, A Journey of a Fitness Trainer and Stroke Survivor. He came to me in a walker 6 months post-stroke after being in rehab, going to rehab outpatient, and he had a really interesting journey. He was to the point he was standing on the Bosu balls, bouncing balls, and doing battle ropes. And before that, he had a whole bunch of things going on, but he really wanted his journey shared because he took wise note as he looked around the gym we're in of how many trainers do not have certifications, how many trainers do not have the education to do the right exercises. In fact, he would sit there and go, why are they doing that? I'm like, I don't know, just don't look at them and don't copy them. So this will help you get the knowledge. So when you're on your own, you're doing things properly too. But it's an encouraging journey. He tells everybody, never give up. And second book, Tipping Towards Balance, the Fitness Trainer's Guide to Stability Walking. This one covers a little about stroke recovery too, but it has exercises in it and helping people get their spatial awareness back when people start tripping and falling and seniors that are losing their balance. That's what this is for. Any age. It works, all the books work together. This book, Stroke Recovery, What Now and Physical Therapy Ends, but your recovery continues. A lot of these exercises here are in here. But I was asked to write a stroke recovery course this year, stroke recovery and exercise course for the fitness industry. And I thought to myself, who's going to take this course? Probably not as many people as we would like, because I get contacted from all over the world, all over countries. asking if I can help them find a trainer that has the knowledge to help them, because some people have had really bad therapy and you're lost in your therapy end. Some people don't get enough therapy. Some people are still getting it 2 years later, so it just depends on where you're at, what you have. Everybody's different. So I took that course, manual, and I reworded it and put it into here to help stroke survivors and their caregivers gain as much as they can, so you have more knowledge to help yourself, or just have more knowledge with you as you're with your therapist and things as much. But this has a lot of muscles, anatomy, more than those, and exercises, and it has helped a lot of people so far. Just even if it's just the nitty gritty of these basics to have with you as you go out to therapists. So anyway, I hope this helps you. And again, I'm Tracy Markley, www.tracymarkley.com. My books are, you get them from my website or on Amazon, and it's amazon.com/author/Tracy Markley, TracyMarkley. And the links are everywhere on the internet. And anyway, have a good day and don't give up. One more brief thing about spatial awareness. As their feet are coming back into control of movement and maybe stepping back a little more and feeling safe, which it takes time for a lot of them, they will approach a chair different. So looking at my chair right there, and imagine you walk into a room and we just kind of come and we sit down. We don't think a thing about it. But as you're approaching a chair, your brain is calculating how many steps it's going to take before it kind of slows down and it turns around and sits down. We don't think anything about it. It just kind of happens now. My feet kind of got smaller and I sat down. But when you're having spatial awareness issues and balance issues and you don't feel safe in walking, you've seen seniors or people struggling to kind of walk. They're really cautious. They're really careful. They lower themselves down gently, because just the awareness of how to coordinate their weight dropping to a height of a chair and coming up is part of your brain calculating objects around them and the proprioception of where their limbs are here and all that, those things going on. And then you see those seniors, they kind of shove themselves back and they get to here. When they start getting their spatial awareness back, this starts to come back. And I've had a couple clients where I experienced them having it back right in front of my face. It was real exciting. I had one client who, he just did it. I go, did you see what you just did? He goes, what? And so I showed him, he goes, oh my God, you're right. I used to struggle. And he would imitate how bad it used to be. And he was very excited. So even though that may not seem like a big deal to some people, if they get that back, just this little scenario of sitting in a chair without having to struggle so much, that means a lot of other things came back. That means they can get in and out of cars. They have more control of faster reaction times. For instance, if they're walking and they see something they might trip over, they can coordinate the height and width and how far they need to move their foot to avoid tripping. So when you see little things like this come back in a client, know they're not little, know they're huge, and the role they're going to play in their everyday life when they're not with you. Because that's our goal, to make sure they have their everyday life back with a strong body again. So. This is Tracy Markley from Tracy's Personal Training, Pilates and Yoga Studio, bringing you another video. And this one's going to be about pain in the hips. I've had a lot of stroke survivors speak to me about having that chronic pain in the hip. And as every stroke survivor is different, this may not work for every one of you guys, but hopefully it will give some kind of knowledge to you. I'm like you guys to understand muscles. So one of the things for you to understand is and I've said this in other videos as well, look at all this deep core muscle you have right there. In this, you have the psoas, the diaphragm, the transverse, some of the back muscles. You got your obliques. You got your whole deep core system in there. If this is weak on the body, it's going to keep you more here. It's going to be harder to stabilize the upper part of your body. And all the muscles, all the job that these muscles do to keep your hips stable, so your glute and limb muscles work better are going to be weak. So if this is weak, your muscles that go through your glutes and your hips, which your glutes is your butt muscles, off to the, back in here. I'll show you more in a second. They're going to be trying to do a job of other muscles on top of their muscles, on top of having the effects of your stroke. So when the brain is sending message to the muscles to do a job, and they're trying to get new pathways and make muscles work for movement, but the natural path is to have these particular set of muscles perform a job, but these are weak, or maybe the stroke is affecting them, so you're not connecting to strengthen them yet, or they're just weak. It's going to throw off the connection to all the muscles that help the hip. Let me rephrase that. So for instance, you have your big glute muscle, and underneath, so if you say like you take off your big glute muscle, the butt muscle, take that off, look at all the muscles in there that are underneath. In here, you also have the sciatica nerve that comes from between the 4th and 5th lumbar vertebrae, which sometimes people get issues there and it causes pain. Also, it gets squished and pinched between the piriformis, which is one of these muscles in here, that also, so both situations or just in here can cause it, either one. But if these are weak and your glute muscles are weak and all these deep muscles are weak, it's going to put more pressure and pain on those hips. That's one part I wanted to share. So this muscle right here, this is your psoas muscle. You have the psoas and you have the iliacus. When they're noted together, it's called the iliopsoas, but it's actually two separate muscles, but they come together and they come down and they attach on your femur bone, which is the top leg muscle. I mean, the large leg bone of your thigh. So this muscle is weak on a lot of people. This muscle has to do with hip flexion, like when you go into a squatting position or you lift your knee up towards you or you're sitting down in a chair. And it works with some other stabilizing and other jobs too, but that's one of the big jobs of this muscle. If this is weak, some of the muscles out here in the hips are going to try to do it, which is going to cause more pain on top of just what the body's going through from the stroke. I hear often, you may not, people retire and they come to me to train and they say, oh, I've been sitting at a desk for 25 years and I have massive back issues. That's because when you sit, this muscle becomes short and tight and it pulls on the lumbar vertebrae and makes things tighter in here. It can affect your knees. It makes you more rounded when you walk. So you don't want your body walking like this. You want it open and long. Some of my clients who's had the pain in their hips, when they're laying flat or stretched out through this area of their body, the pain isn't there so much. So there's a lot of different dynamics that may be going on just in this area of muscles that are being weak. The nerves are just getting the wrong messages from the brain and they're not functioning yet from the stroke. So it's really important to get these muscles lengthened and strengthened. When you guys have to walk in walkers, you're folded over, or a cane, or you're always kind of rounded, that muscle is short and tight. You want to lengthen up your core like I've talked about in the other videos I've had. So I'm going to stick more to this. If you want to know more about the core I've talked about, go to my other videos on my YouTube channel because I've spoken a lot about it. Another picture to help you understand. Here's another picture. You have your diaphragm, the psoas, and your pelvic floor. Again, if these are weak, you're not going to have strong, stable hip muscles and hip joints to work with strength. They're going to be weak and more tired and more fatigued because they're trying to do the job of all these other muscles on top of whatever recovery your body's going through. The psoas muscle, this muscle here, the diaphragm, they work closely together. They kind of, in a way, connect sort of through the nerves in here. So if you look at the side view, this is the side, this and this. This is the side view of this right here. So you have your diaphragm and your psoas and your pelvic floor. Side view, diaphragm, psoas, and your pelvic floor. They're not the best pictures, but just viewing how that is connected and working with each other is just another visual of how the center of the body needs to be strong. If you go through the other videos I've shared, you'll see that I talk about the multifidus, which is this muscle. This is one of the main stabilizers of the spine. If this is weak and you're hunched over, you're not going to get a lot of stability in your spine. Therefore, other muscles are going to try to do the job of this one, which goes back to here. So, example, it can use this muscle may try. So, I like to train people from the center of the body, strengthening and working its way out. One, all those muscles in the center, all of these, all these muscles I've been showing you here, they have a purpose like a tree trunk. They're solid tree trunk, so the limbs can work better, so the hips can be more stable. Having this, I call it like the stabilizing system, the balancing system. Having these stronger, one, you balance better, you walk better. It stabilizes your hips. Therefore, all the muscles in this area can work better and do their only job they need to do because they're not trying to do all these other jobs of these muscles. Your muscles all have a job to do. So when it comes to, here's your thigh muscles. It may be a little shiny. Let me pour this out. So here's your thigh muscles. See how they attach at your hip, the rim of the hip, through the hip pelvic area, and then to the knee and around the knee. And then over here you have the sartorius muscle. It starts at your hips and wraps around and come down here. And then you have the tascia fascia latae comes here. And then you have that connective tissue all the way down. You hear people talk about the iliotibial band. That's what they're talking about right there, that connective tissue right there. Anyway, the point of showing you this is all these muscles I just showed you today, if they are weak, none of the muscles are going to be programming right for function. And that's why it's really good to start in the core. Start sitting on a ball, standing on a Bosu ball, standing on a disc, holding on to a bar if you need to. Get this strength and get your posture up. Because remember, like I've shared in other videos, your posture's here. You're now making this short and tight, which is putting more malfunction of movement around your hips and your psoas and your low spine, which is going to bring on pain. So there's my little tips of more muscles to show you. I love to show you guys muscles because most of my clients and myself, if I understand why I'm doing something and why things in my body aren't working and what can I do to possibly make them work, I want to know about it. So again, go to my YouTube channels and watch the other ones I've shared with you guys. And just another little reminder, if you're looking here, so here's the glute muscles. You take those off, and that's where you have this going on. So underneath that, you got this underneath this. This muscle helps you walk and extend the hips and move your movement. And it has other jobs too, but this whole section of the body needs to be strong. So you've got the deep muscles and the outer muscles, you know, the surface and the deep. So, and here's one more thing to show you. I think I've had this in the other videos. That's your glute. That's your lat muscle. They all meet together right here in this fascia. There's 8 muscle nerves that come through that fascia, and a lot of those muscles are here in this core. So when you stand on the balance disc, the Bosu ball, certain balance, unstable surfaces that stimulate your nervous system, it's going to help bring some of this back and getting this strong, because as you're on those things trying to balance, it's pulling this in. It's making you stay upright in posture. It's strengthening the multifidus, which is the main stabilizer of the spine. So watch my other videos because I share some tips about the multifidus, the transverse muscle and the pelvic floor and the diaphragm are all in the same neurological loop, neuromuscular loop, meaning this muscle won't be strong to its full potential if the other ones are weak. So strengthen this, strengthen that. One more tip with this is, along with the pain in the hip, and I went over this a little bit in another video, I think the one I made a couple weeks ago. So if you look at, this is one of my other stroke survivors I used to train. So I'm hoping this is when I first met him. Look at his posture, and then it keeps getting better. When this was going on, the rounded shoulders and head forward, that throws all this out, and it makes it harder for this to stabilize. So it's harder for the hips and pelvic to stabilize when your upper body's rounded over. Also, a lot of people have stuff going on this side of their shoulders, and it's affecting that hip. So I've worked with many of clients where they have some hip issues going on one side, and there's something going on the opposite shoulder. So if you look up things on the internet, or study, or read a book, or follow someone who has a lot of education to share with you, check out the fascia lines, the way they wrap. Things that go on here can affect down here. So if you're walking around with your shoulder all tense all the time in your ears, and you're kind of rounded over, it's definitely going to affect your hips and your pelvic and your stability and your balance and how the systems work. It is a scientific fact. If your body's lined up in good posture and things are stronger, the systems work better. So there you go. There's what I wanted to share with you, because I had some people talking about hip pain. So again, I am Tracy Markley from Tracy's Personal Training. I am in Oregon, and I've written 2 books. One of them is a stroke of an Artist. That is actually my gentleman in this picture. It's Stroke of the Artist, the journey of a fitness trainer and stroke survivor. It was an almost 3-year journey of me training a stroke survivor who came into the gym in a walker. And he could barely sit on a big ball when I met him. He was just this was so weak on him, he could barely sit on an unstable ball. We had to sit him on a bench for quite a while before he got stronger. And it's a really neat journey. He was able to work out me pretty much 5 to 6 days a week, which is very rare for a client, a patient. It's very rare for the trainer or therapist to have somebody with them almost every day. So it was a fascinating journey. It was an educational journey. He kept telling me, we got to share my story. My story needs to help other people. So we did. And so check out that if you'd like, The Stroke of an Artist. It's on my website. It's at Amazon. And I have 2 different websites. One is just my name.com, tracysmarkley.com, TracyMarkley.com, or tracyspersonaltraining.com. It's all on my YouTube channel. My second book is Tipping Towards Balance, A Fitness Trainer's Guide to Stability and Walking. And that's my dog. Anyway, I did this book because people were asking for a follow-up here with more detailed exercises. And I decided to put it together in a little different way. This other book is more of a story of a journey. This is more factual and little short stories of people, but mostly that's how to use the Bosu ball, how to work with the muscles. And because I did this because I also had people coming to me who kept tripping and falling. They weren't clearing their paths when they walked. Several of them were going hiking in the forest here in Oregon where I'm at, and they started tripping on the tree roots because their brain and their feet weren't coordinated to the height of stepping over things. And they started to trip and fall, which is very common with seniors, stroke survivors, people with neurological issues. So again, go to the center of the body. Try to find a trainer, or I train via Skype or here in Oregon, and find a trainer that understands that system, the real core deep, not just I need a 6-pack core, but the functioning core of the body for movement. Because when this gets better, the other thing, the limbs and the drop foot and other places, other recovery areas will start falling into place easier. And so there you go. Again, Tracy Markley, tracyspersonaltraining.com and tracymarkley.com. And I hope this helps some of you. Please check out some of the other videos that may help this even have more clarity. and have a good day.
Thank you for listening to the Health and Fitness Show with Tracy. Thank you for tuning into my channel. If you want more education, deeper knowledge, please check out my books. Please check out my courses. I have Stroke Recovery Specialist course. I have Functional Anatomy 101 and Beyond course and 15 books. TracyMarkley.com. My courses are there. And Amazon.com/author/Tracy Markley. Check them out. Please like this video. Please subscribe to the channel. It helps the channel grow. It helps me greatly. And all the links are below. Have a great day and be kind to yourself. Be kind to others.